Welcome back, everyone. More PUBG Esports time. I'm Mark Power, joined by the amazing Ko. Back again. He didn't get enough week number 1. Technically, this is week number 3. Ko, are you ready for the action?
I'm so ready. They tried to get rid of me between the weeks. They couldn't. There was no way I was leaving. You know, you get me to yap about PUBG, I'm never leaving this sheet ever again. So yeah, excited to be back and excited for another week.
It's the technical, I suppose, route that we've already seen success in the spring, where teams have fought their way through the cups into the majors, and yet we get to set again the second opportunity, the last chance, we say, for some of these teams to go through. As I mentioned, though, it is week number 3, but how do we get it? Let's start at some of the basics, the points. And the point system, we all know. We all love. You get a win, you get 10 points, it works its way down, and it's a point per kill. Now, that being said, Ko, some of these teams do favour some of the placement. Other teams, they like the fragging power and getting those kill points.
Yeah, both strategies can work, and that's what this format allows, and that's why it's been so consistently the best PUBG Esports format, because you can reward yourself with kills, you can reward yourself for aggression or for strategical play, and if you only get lucky by the zone, then in the end, teams that will outperform you just by consistently getting placement and kills alongside. So it's a great format, and we love to see it every time we play it.
Well, one bit of the format I do really like, and I am a massive favourite for this style of format, is it allows you at home to get involved. You just need to go sign up on the website. You need to get through Monday, Tuesday of the scrims, find yourself on the Wednesday, find yourself in the top 16, and on Saturday you compete in the weekly cups. We've already done week number 1 and week 2, so we are on that last week where actually, if you're top the table, it doesn't matter too much. But every single week, once you finish these 5 games, it's the end of the journey for that one, and you tally up all the points and add them to the cup leaderboard. There are some teams that are new coming in, 7 to be precise. There are some teams that are returning, Ko, and some of the teams we've got to speak about, and I'm going to start with one of the ones at the top. Any trolls in chat, I spoke to Fuzzface, and he's like, look, we didn't qualify through, we didn't quite make it today, but at the moment, we're happy with the 81 points we've got at the moment.
Yeah, it's a big amount of points, and it's very far along the way of getting yourself to the playoffs, maybe even enough. We'll see how everything plays out. It will depend on how consistently the same team make finals here, right? Because if we're just splitting this up between 20 teams, then 80 points might be a little tough, but if we're splitting it up between 40 teams, let's say, then it's more than enough. So already made their mark on the scoreboard, just like some team, for example, like Enmore Esports, right? We haven't even seen them last week. We're not going to see them again, but they're still going to end up in maybe a 15th place or something. So like one big cup, one big weekend can really get you far up this leaderboard. Yeah,
and obviously the graphic before, as we saw, if you come back next week, week 4 or week 5, and you have got no points on this leaderboard, and you find yourself off the table, you automatically go through to day number 1 of PEC4. More to come with that as we get further into this. But as I said, at the moment, it is week number 3, and the current cutoff line is the construction workers, who showed a first time showing, and it was actually a one and done so far. They're on 15 points at the moment. A cutoff point we expect to raise quite a bit.
Yeah. And then below that cutoff, we have some teams that are coming back, like the Gravediggers, for example, right? They are going to come in, and they had a terrible day on their first appearance, but they've made it back, and that is the value of consistency, right? And they will climb this leaderboard. No matter what happens today, they will climb this leaderboard, and I'd be very surprised if we find them outside of the top 18. So once again, there's multiple ways to go about this. You can play one big weekend, or you consistently chip away at it with decent placements and decent qualifications. That's also one way to finish in the relevant standings.
Yeah, the cream rises to the top, we say. Let's have a look at some of those teams that are playing today, because as we mentioned already, there are 7 new teams that have come in, so they haven't made week 1, they haven't made week 2. This is the first time that they are coming in. And I do want to start with some of those teams, though, first, Ko. Win or Die, obviously, is the first one that stands out for me. Why? Because it's a well-known, they've made to land, they've had a couple of roster change, but this is the first time these guys are competing here.
Yeah, it's a big name coming in. Once again, we have so many teams from CIS, right? I said this last week, that they can play fantastic days and can perform massively, make it to land, even play okay there, all that kind of stuff. And they are one of them. They are one of the teams that we're looking out for today, for sure. I'm interested in Team Kazakhstan as well, right? They've done good things on LAN, literally, and in the online qualifiers as well. So they're an exciting team to watch around Hoba and with Air Max coaching, right? And then No Slack as well, coming back from missing out on week 2, now back in week 3.
Yeah, again, a team which I expect to be really strong here, but they did blip last week. And again, that's part of that sort of format. Obviously, it's a consistent theme from a couple of the others, which is PGG and the Big John, Joga Benito, all really up that sort of top side of the leaderboard. So again, nice to see them back. I always worry with Big John, and I'll start with them because we pick on them first. It feels like it's a last game because we're doing a best of 5. It always comes, even on Wednesday, qualifiers and the final game. Today, hopefully I don't do that, but last week it was the final game when they put some points on the board.
Yeah, it always feels a little bit bad from an analytical perspective, right? Because you feel like they can't consistently do it, so something is clearly wrong. But if you consistently play one banger out of 5, then that's also one way to be consistent, right? It just matters how you twist the words and how you look at it. So they are right now one of the teams that has a very good standing on the overall leaderboard, has made it back, and are therefore one of the favorites to continue qualifying to the playoffs.
Yeah, we were going to talk about consistency quite a bit, guys and girls out there, because it is that midway point. And when we look at the overall points so far, and actually a team like Big John, they won 24. They then went up from week 1 to week 2 to 33. The other side of that, though, is PGG. 52 points week number 1, 56 week number 2. You would project that actually this team will be coming back in and around that sort of level. And if they keep, I'd argue to say they're qualified already. They're definitely going to kind of a PEC, right? But actually, they're a team that take a lot of points away from some of the others that are clawing.
Yeah, exactly. And other teams that desperately need them. Where we have teams as well that we say keep coming back. At TMO, for example, right? That has made it multiple times. They haven't really shined as much as we would have expected them to or wanted them to. And they still need a lot of points. While, like, as you said, 100% PGG, Joga Bonito, right? These guys, they're looking super solid. And they're just going to make life hard for everybody else. And especially when the later weeks come around, they can kind of start picking away a little bit at teams that they don't want to see in the playoffs. Maybe teams that loot their loot spots, right? We see the maps that we're playing tonight in front of us. You have a team that's contesting you in one of these maps. You can already start ruining their day if you want to.
Yeah, and we saw that on the first run of this, right? We saw it on PEC Spring, where teams like Joga Benito was one that comes to mind. They're just early engagement, because at that point they knew they were qualified. Nemesis was the same. At that point they were like, actually, we've qualified. And they actually took a decision not to come back on the final couple of days. They were like, we've definitely qualified for day number 1. We don't need to come back. We don't need to practice. We want to take a bit of time out. So again, we're kind of at this midway point. This is the final chance where actually it doesn't really matter if you win. You're putting points up on the board. And then you come back to your point, PGG next week. If they don't win, they're going to cause chaos. But if they do win, they automatically qualify through and actually takes them off the leaderboard. And we're going to see that line just drop down one extra bit. I do want to talk a little bit more about some of the other teams that are coming in, because there are other names that we know. And I want to kick things off with Getter Gang. Obviously, April, Razor, and the guys, a team which we know, especially in our region, Koa, that sort of run the circuit. They're always thereabouts, but we see signs of greatness from this team, but they never always get over the line, as you say, as that consistent approach.
Yeah, I don't want to just group up all these CIS teams into one, but it's astonishing to me how many of those teams we have that actually can mess with the best on their good days. There are so many of them, and Ghetto Gang is absolutely one of them. We've seen a Win or Die, right? We've seen a Freeside have really, really good days. I remember when we were casting the PPT series, they would win some of these events and then just kind of struggle in the next one, maybe just phase out of existence on the top level a little bit. There is so much potential there, and there is just so much variety on these teams. I never quite know what's going to happen. We've seen the players around for a long time. A player like Brightside, right? We've seen that guy around for a long time. April as well. They all know how the game goes. They all know how these tournaments work, and they can absolutely walk away with a win in one of the cups.
Talk about some other things. So it's not a CIS. I want to talk about a Turkish team very quickly. Esports. Seen coming through, not qualified just yet. And I do want to talk about obviously Turkey as a region in its own, because they have their own game style. This team will tend to like to find, if they can, centralized area, they will go for a bit of a full send. If they can't, it feels like they try and claw their way through. So they're a bit aggressive. And again, a team, players which we know, it feels like it's that default game style. I'll be interested to see how that mixes into this lobby, because again, we've only only got 5 games, and this is the first time we are seeing GE Esports. So it comes back to your initial point. Actually, a big day from them could be very successful. Yes, they missed week number 1, and yes, they week number 2, but they could have an explosive ending.
100%, and I think that playstyle is super interesting to watch. Not because it's so interesting to watch by itself, but from an analytical POV. When you're going to the center, you depend a lot more on the teams around them, because if you're in between multiple teams and one of them kind of drops the ball a little bit, then maybe somebody else gets to push out on you, gets to run up on you, nade your dip a few times and you die. You're way more dependent on how the lobby works around you than a team that plays slow, plays edge, plays really information-based, and just doesn't send at all, just sees what's actually happening. So it's super interesting to see how they fluctuate throughout different lobbies, different rounds, and I think we all remember examples of it. A Howl team, right, that would do insanely in one event and then just completely falter on the global stage. Or we had a Team Turkey in the ENC qualifiers that were 12th on day 1 and then got 100 points in 5 games on day 2, you know? So it's a very up and down playstyle, and it's super exciting to see where they do end up today.
Yeah, look, and lots of memories, should we say, from some of these Turkish teams, especially ruining some people's games and making it in for others. So I'm intrigued to see how that kind of works and how that kind of updates. I do want to talk about some of the updates that have coming through, and obviously we'll talk about the patch before we get into it. But one of the big things that have happened so far for me, and especially earlier on today, is actually we're seeing a lot more crazy zones cover. A lot more water being held, a lot more variation. Yes, we've ended up in some of the compounds, but how we get there is very difficult. So when we see these teams react into zone, it bounces back a different way, and they go for a mass migrate. It doesn't always work out for them. Surely we're going to see now coming through these latter parts of the PEC, these teams start to slow down and go, actually, do you know what? We don't need to kind of rush. We don't need to react as aggressively to the zone like we have in week 1 and week 2. It's the ever-lasting puzzle of PUBG, right? What do you do with the zones? And then once you have a solution, you finish PUBG and you are the best team in the world. So it's a never-ending thing. But I think we are slowly seeing teams adapt. It takes a while. The circle algorithm is quite intricate. It has a lot of small variables to it, and once they change one of them that just decides how many hard shifts there can be, it becomes really hard for teams that have been learning exactly how to adapt to zones for years and years and years, and suddenly they're confronted with a different reality. So I agree with you. For a lot of teams, it hasn't really worked out that well, but we're slowly getting there. And I think the number one theme that I see from the top level gameplay is all of the good teams try to get some points early to not rely on the zones later on. Because we all know that there are hard shifts that basically just wipe your team, and there's not much you can do about it. But if you already had 4 kills in the bag, then it doesn't really hurt you all that much. It doesn't hurt you all that much, but what might hurt them is maybe not this flight path. It is the north and down towards the southwest, but it is game number 1, match number 1 of 5 for the PEC Full Cup, week number 3. And hey, obviously all to play for. I'm also with you, Koa. I like the early aggression, get those early points, and don't rely too much on the zone shift, because otherwise we fall like some of the major teams and it becomes that they can never catch a zone. I don't want to mention their name and give them some luck tomorrow.
It's tough. It's tough sometimes, but all the top teams know as well, right? That you can't hide behind the zones. It's just part of the game, and you will have unlucky tournaments. You will have unlucky weekends, and in a best of 5, you can get mighty unlucky. But if you're better than the rest of the lobby, that shouldn't stop you from at least getting your 20, 30 points in, and that's all you have to do on a bad day, right? And that's already what differentiates top teams from good teams.
Okay, playing path is done. Someone's forgot that they're playing and might have run to the toilet because the rest of the team is sitting up in Severny for Sloy. It might be a rough one, and for, I suppose, for Bosch, they might see a lurker down the south. Maybe not, because they have to look back towards that north side, and Severny is looking like we are going. So Forgetto Gang, April already on that rotation, and it's not a PEC Cup without some chaos. It's a bumper car race. He's done some damage. Sloy going to hit the handbrake. He's going for the run over, and just needs to hit him with the wing mirror one more time.
Not looking good. Shots are coming in though. It might be buying him some time. I feel like Slow Jacket is committed, but it's just the sliver of HP, and now the sport's coming in. Slow Jacket has to leave, has to get out of dodge. Not starting the way you would want to start a game 1. That is for sure.
It's not. And now have to work their way back down. Firstly, guys, obviously it is going to be about a mass rotation, and that mass rotation is going to have to come in force. Gello Gang obviously already sending one of the players up towards that north side. We do have the north side of George Pool exposure with them. No Slack take to the normal drop zone, which is South George. Well, they're in that kind of in-between land between Jogger and Nito and the rest of the lobby, as they are trying to hold them out in Roswick School and Flats. And for NTT, really potentially losing one early, going to grab that blue chip and not worry about it, and maybe not mention this one more time.
Unless he gets popped out now. Rox is hunting as well. Look at him chasing in the car. But yeah, Jogo Bonito want to clear this early, and I love to see that. And yeah, there they go. Slavin with a nade. These guys from the Balkan region, they've been watching a whole lot of Virtus Pro, and they've been understanding that when you can punish somebody early, you always should. It works so well on the big stage, and it works here as well. Immediate punish. Immediate re-aggression as well towards Floris. Kristalny was tracking that one. Slavin was ready to engage and help out. And not only do they hurt one of the teams next to them, they also get a little bit more space, and they'll get a little bit more respect in the future here.
Yes, they will. The M249 is definitely getting a lot more respect. Don't forget, we are on the esports server, so we're not on the latest patch 42.3, but the era of the LMGs is nearly upon us, Ko. I think it's going to be explosive. I'd be worried if I was in a car rotating around. There's a bit of safety for this week, though. Yeah,
and that's not something that's as complicated to get ready for and to get used to, I think. As we talked about circles changing earlier, right? That's a lot more mysterious and hard to figure out. Figuring out that a new gun is really, really good, and the gun meta has changed massively, that goes rather quickly. And then adapting the whole rest of your gameplay to it, that is the one thing that might take a little bit of time, right? Realizing, okay, rotations actually got harder. We're getting shot out a lot more. Our tires get popped a lot more. All those kind of things, they will take a bit, but we're going to see a whole lot of LMGs coming away for sure.
Yeah, I had a go on it yesterday. Insane. But PUBG mentioned it, right? They don't want to keep the meta in the same position. They want to change the style of guns. So I'm all for it. I want to see what the LMGs can bring. And it's already good that, as I say, teams are already starting to pick up the M249. They're trying to get to the It's Chris environment and get ready for that. No Slack, though, are ready, as they have moved in from South George in towards the compound, just ahead of GE Esports, who have taken a bit of a punishment from Jogger Benito. Behind them, though, is TMO, and they will be looking to kind of the same way, but they are taking a bit of a stop at that cube compound. The rest of these teams, though, need to get shifting. PGG down in Ovo, they're not moving. Storm and Request on military, they're not moving just yet. Bosch late to the move as well. Now we're going to be picking up T-Bone, so change up for them. But again, a lot of movement needs to come in, and not as many teams taking advantage.
If you want to know where Mark gets all this information from, open up the map stream. Go look at the map. PUBG Esports map is the Twitch handle. It's super vital information. Information that will really help you understand what's going on in these games. And Zubila, he had the third person information on Mava rolling up. The rest of the team not there for a trade. They want to pull up, though, and they are getting in on this. That this will be a 3v1, Mark.
This will be a 3v1. And I suppose he's got limited ammo, a clip and a spare. So launch a grenade down, trying to defend his position at the moment. Obviously, the rest of the guys are further afield. They are over in Novo. So that they are now coming across the bridge, and they are going to try and close their way in. MP5 one hand, M249 the other. Goes into the smoke. He's going to get rid of the sound cues where he can, but he's limited. As much as he can't be seen, he also can't see them. Oh my God! He jumps on top of Froggy, and he makes him jump. He falls.
Rest of the team is here for support as well. Lloyd Jacket out of the car, though. Crazy finds the Panzerfaust. And this is getting messy. This is getting all but clean. Salik on the pull-up on the other side. He's wide in the open as well. This is not a good setup right now for PGG, but they're just winning out the gun battles. Crazy. Cleaned up by his teammates. Nade. Oh.
Yeah, unlucky.
That's a rough end to things.
Yeah, it shows disorganized in comms, right? Obviously all happening, and maybe he didn't get the opportunity to say, look, I've just dropped a grenade, and he's run back out the door. Good play. Limited ammo. PGG, as we say, 50 points. His their cuts off. They're already off. 3 points to start with. They've got to rotate in towards a zone. Most of the teams aren't working their way in. Interesting for me. I want to quickly talk about Bosch as we've got a little bit of a calm. They've subbed in. No, obviously in today. Master's not here. Hopefully it doesn't have a big impact to that team. And they're just about getting to the zone in the southwest corner. I don't know what your thoughts are. Big, strong players. Let's see.
Thoughts about the team in general?
Yeah.
Super interesting. I always love when we see the young, cracked, unexperienced players mix up with the old experienced players, right? And that usually doesn't happen at the S tier, but more like at the A tier, right? Because the S tier players, they don't really have to pick up somebody new and unexperienced most of the time. So it's generally on this level where you might be doing okay in Europe, you might be doing okay in your region, trying to qualify for lands, all that kind of stuff, and not dominating at the global scale, but still there's an immense amount of experience and learnings and understanding of the game that somebody like T-Bone or Michael can give you. And it's always an experiment to see how it works out.
Experiment feels like a good word to use, especially when it comes down to that level of consistency you mentioned. Zone is shifting. It's back towards that north side. So Severny pretty much is in the centre. We are holding a large proportion towards the north water, and obviously it doesn't need to react to it just yet. So it doesn't have to react at all. IXE with a knock with Baron. It's a kill confirmed for our Turkish team. Though they are losing bodies. They try to work their way back into zone.
That's the second one as well, right? That hurts even more. That's gonna cut down your manpower quite a lot. They're sailing right into Severny, into the open arms of many teams awaiting, and Slack can just track this, and they can just react and say, okay, you guys are sending it through here. You didn't get shot from the bunker. We'll play the bunker. No worries. All good. G, full on in Severny, very deep. Gonna be a bit hard to get out at some point, but at least they have made landfall somewhere, and as a duo, I think you're almost already happy with this.
Yeah, you take the hard cover. You definitely take the hard cover. The rest of the other teams are setting up. TMO go for that north side as they'll put up towards kind of shooting range. Get a gang obviously in shooting range, but they are split bright side on the other side of the road. So might be able to expose TMO. They're going to go for an extension over as who's going to be there. Ares does put up. Grenade will be primed and ready. First one goes out. That's not bad. The unfortunate thing they've got is the, oh my days, is the hillside. But for Ares, jeez, that's a Kobe at the feet of Brightside.
That's a really good nade, but what I love more is how they read the situation, right? They see that solo there, they immediately group up. They don't let Vaso just try and do this by himself. They immediately group up to take an advantage fight, take the 2v1, get multiple nades in at the same time, makes it so much harder to dodge, makes it so much harder to survive, and Vaso even secures the kill there at the end, but just weakening this team that is neighboring them in shooting range is massive for the rest of the game.
It is massive. Go gang. Now down the body, now knowing that they've got a force coming back their way. TMO look to try and find opportunity. Mr. Voice though will get no though quick kill confirmed for Bosch as they do come in very much on that sort of west side, so they're going to be neighbouring this fight very shortly. AT higher up than them, they've got that compound in the middle section, and below in the southwest corner is Storm on request. They've had to drive the whole way from military, but have entered in now towards the zone, and they'll be backfilling the location of No Slacker. They have left this compound and they've gone for a major 2-2 split. Hopefully they didn't drop the ball and not understanding that all the teams are not in zone yet.
I'm sure they haven't, and I'm sure they understand as well that there's 20 seconds on the clock, so they could just stay here for 15 more seconds and hold out. But I think they also realize there's not a ton that we're going to do from this position except for getting information. And it's not a ton of information that we don't already have from the bunker. So they decide to group up immediately and not bluff it out for another 10 seconds. Also, in order to be more ready for this zone now, if they wanted to go for some of the shacks, if they wanted to go for the Severny send, they would have been a lot more ready than if they had to group up from the hilltop. But they decide, okay, this is just fine. We're going to play from here. We're going to play it slow. And this is one thing that we talked about in the pre-show, right? Don't overreact on these zones. I don't hate it. I think that's solid.
Yeah, I agree. It's been very well played, actually, by a lot of teams. Airborne. They try and take up to the skies like we saw from Kick earlier. Farming so much more information. AT going to be coming in that northwest corner. A potential shots onto TMO. TMO trying to defend their position as well. And again, they might try and take a stance. They want to hold this location, give an opportunity just to sweep in. PGG on the other side, though, trying to breach in on the east side, but get turned around. NTT had the emergency pickup, but I think that was more of a just in case style of emergency pickup, as they opt not to take it, and they keep their big 2-2 hold.
It's actually really interesting what we saw there on the north. It's TMO holding a position, but getting completely bullied by the glider. They have to fall away. All of the information comes in from the glider, and the ground troops, I will say, push on that information, making it very hard for TMO to split their attention between both, and they have to fall away. Ares gets knocked. I think they're going to reset this with a few smokes, but they've lost all the terrain that they worked pretty hard for earlier. I praised them for it. They've lost that all to the glider, and now they're just sitting at the edge of shooting range. With teams around them knowing that they're taking knocks, that they're taking pressure, their position has just worsened massively because our Ghillie 3 is just using the glider to full effect.
The only advantage they've really got from what they've got is they can keep their cars safe. They can park them in the bunkers, right? But we'll have to wait and see how does that sort of work out for them. Bosch will go and get the fourth body back up. T-Bone takes a pit stop as the rest of the guys have to be further in. Zone obviously on this west side doesn't give him the plateau for a safe stop before having to move on. T-Bone goes back towards the north. On the south side, Michael, actually, they are turning. They are coming back this way as well. But again, they're sitting out in the blue. It's phase 3. Yes, you're going to burn through some of these meds, but they will be waiting and watching how aggressive does his zone shift go. Great mortar.
Tough mortar, especially one thing that we don't see enough is mortaring cars. It is incredibly effective at popping tires, even at a bit of range. So if that second mortar lands anywhere in those cars, that will mean they only have the BRDM left. And I think that's what just happened. I think that did a ton of damage. It's not about Digga getting knocked here. It's about losing a lot of their vehicles. And gonna make it so much harder for this yellow house to rotate on out later on. Mortars are great for developing cover, right, in the open. Mortars are great for killing people in dips, but something that we don't talk about is just ruining other teams' vehicles is absolutely massive as well. And there's TMO under that pressure now.
They are. It's the pressure of a ghetto gang. They're able to provide back some pressure as they receive the knock. Zone does shift heavy towards the east. Bosch go for a full crash in towards shooting range as well. You can just see them just coming on the other side. They're looking for kills. They know they've lost that zone. Grenades will go over the top. Michael gets conf. Now they're going to pop the smoke. Look to try and breach their way in towards shooting range, expecting the rest of ghetto gang to be on the other side.
Nice little entry. I think they have Novik flying in through the zone as well. He's the res, and he's flying through to scout for them. And he's going to see a whole lot. Habibi and Justus, though, they're flying into that shack right now with a Panzerfaust in hand. Justus fires it off, and the only thing he finds is his teammate somehow, but Floris does the same. They both team kill, and they all wipe.
That's the thing. And this is a thing as well. Ring around the roses. AT versus PGG. Presenti is just holding out in the car. Grenades will go out. It looks like they're going to try and launch as much cover as they can. Doritos will be there. Resmoke will happen. Presenti still remains. As soon as Sloy realizes that someone is touching and tickling his tippy toes, Presenti might be able to jump out and get the shots. There he is.
Here's the shots. Here's the impacts. Knows at least that there's somebody getting peppered on his car. He'd love to jump out for the flush as well, right? Securing any kill here is massive. Yeah, not a lot of tires left. Not a lot of driving left. He just wants to live, and cooking the nade is a thing, but it also gives away his position.
He's got it.
Oh my god!
Whoa! What is that? Talk about popping tires. They're sending cars to oblivion. It was well played by Presenti. We just didn't factor in death from above. Well, great catch, observers. Mortify, though, right on top and ensure destruction for PGG and AT.
And now this is playable. This becomes playable now. If nobody has mortars left, right? These holds are suddenly super interesting to play into if you're NWG. Not out of the question at all. They might not know what the exact team situation is in those dips. They might not know where the rest of PGG is and expect another solo in there, right? But these mortar holds are mighty playable right now.
Oh my god. It's about making a point. They're going to potentially open up. Do not stop here. No,
yes.
no.
No, it's good. Trust.
Well, last time I seen this happen, anyone's legend just destroyed multiple teams because they zeroed in one spot. Wait and see. Looks like they've run out of mortars for now. Storm a request, storm their way in, and maybe take a big spot. Full force though, getting eyes on towards this one. So going to try and bank things up. Mindset maybe running around looking for a mortar for themselves. And for Big John, it's a Bosch out at 12.
Tough game. They try to get something going on that western side, try to get some frags. They got themselves 3 in total. That is, well, not the end of the world, right? Sometimes that is the salvage that you get away with and that you are happy with. Now circle centers up, and yeah, I mean, this is what I mean, right? Someone request, if nobody else has mortar shells, they're golden here. They're chilling. This is a good spot. If nobody has a mortar shell, you never really know. That's the whole problem. You're kind of laying your game into somebody else's hands, but this is a good spot for them at this time.
This is one of the biggest things with the landscaping updates that we've seen. Things like this make an unplayable area we've seen for so many years now playable. So good pick up from Storm and Request. In WG, we gutted they have expelled all of their heavy utilities. They now get ready to move. I love the position though from No Slack because he's played a lot, and they've also got that split scab just waiting, calling his troops his way. But at the moment, their objective is to stop anyone leaving this town.
I believe he gets him with the M16, slows them down quite a bit. That's a res that has to come through. That is time wasted. That's a first hit coming through. That's maybe a kill that they're missing on Force as well, because they have not 1 but 2 players less shooting at these cars. So impact found for No Slack as Force make their move on out to the shack. They try to nade out the shack. This is not going to be pretty for either of the teams involved, because there's still a lot preparing them from range.
Great nade. Ghetto Gang had to find safety. They kind of sent it just ahead of full force. Force obviously leaving the safety of the town. There's 1, there's 2. The car's done. It flips into the way. Mindset though able to divert. Blue zone will cause some damage as well. Famas in hand. It's a dangerous push and a massive hold from Ghetto Gang. Pure flexing.
Oh, he hits the molly as
Great
well.
molly. Oh my days.
The molly, so much pressure there. Really just 1 DMR tag is enough to make that molly a kill. Pull up on the other side though. Team Kazakhstan has just walked in on win or die. I don't want to say unchallenged, but unpunished for sure. Remember, they lost all their vehicles. They probably just rolled up with the PRDM, but they have traded this out, and they've not only taken 2 from win or die, they've also taken the better side of the compound. So massive for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, they weren't ready for that one. Digger obviously looking to try and rotate around behind him, coming late on that anchor hold. Lausch does find him, extends, gets that confirmation, and for PGG, they will fall. Going to go out now in 11th place. Still on placement points. Going to come in. Ghetto Gang still providing an element of pressure. Now put it down to a 1 versus 1, and the Famis though, 1 and done. GG's Ghetto Gang.
Easy clean up there. It's another team nade, by the way. So that's another player that's starting to zone nade. Although the kill feed has looked pretty fancy this first game. The players are going pretty wild on the explosives. And I say that, and I see Tommy Bob putting a C4 on his car just as the words leave my mouth.
Send it! It doesn't need to stop here. Keep going!
Oh my god.
Now jump up. Full suicide run from Tommy Bob though. The car's going to go. They've heard the bleed. The damage shouldn't get scabbed. Oh my god, he gets it just in time. And for No Slack, it's down to Sata. He's the final player. He's the one. And Tommy Bob, that's what you call a full send.
Has he found the impact though? I don't think Tekis can get here.
I don't know. He can dig his way there.
Sata just
He's not getting those reses though, surely. Surely NWG going to swarm in and steal those kills away from him.
He's just trying to live as well. He's almost into placements here, Mark.
What, from Tekker's point of view? You think he's going to delay?
No, Sata. Sata is just trying to wait.
Oh, yeah, Sata will. Yeah, he will. There's a confirmation. Nitro takes 1, scabs down. Second one, maybe. No, it goes through it further. Causes Sata some damage now. And NWG now farming up on the other side. I know another team is pushing in from NTT. Tekker's, again, neighbouring, also gone belly down, trying to survive out, because you're right, they're 1 placement away before hitting those placement points.
So tough as well. So many of them will just go up very low single-digit points here. And Tekker's, I think, is one of them. They've been working really hard for this one, excuse me. But he's not taking a lot away from this.
Nope. All he can take is his own grave has been dug by the blue zone. 9th place. Now we're into the placement points here. NWG, who taken Saverni, look to try and move their way forward. Down bodies. Nitro has an opportunity potentially to get up. Ghetto Kang, the solo ranger, remains. Damage is being huge done. And he's had to take again to the dirt, but he's outside. It's not going to be for long, and it's Hoba will pick him up from the compound.
Kazakhstan just rewarding themselves now. One banger move. One banger position, and they're just farming.
NWG going to drive forwards, but there goes another Dorito. Doritos do roll down hills. Be careful. NDT do wrap in at the top side, but they are outside the zone. Back towards that storm on request. Remember, they took that position away as the NWG produced an ample amount of cover now for them. I do feel and lean towards this kind of NTT holds. They are on the top side. I suppose line of sight, as long as there's cars, are still good.
Waterhole's going strong for a lot of teams right now, and there is Sata in the placements, looking for maybe one more somehow, somewhere.
Maybe somehow, somewhere, Sata finds an opening. No car will go forward. Hasn't got the ammo though, as he's always dropped that secondary just to provide a little bit extra. Tries to move for that reinforcement, that defense on that top side. They've lost another one. Actually, the car's done the damage. NWG going to be in problems now. Sata down to a 1 versus 1, but he has to defend. And Sata steps up one more time. How much more ammo has this man got?
He's putting in so much work right now. He's pushing for this as well. I think he might see them over the top.
Grenade.
It was a team knock as well, by the way. Another one from NWG, and then surely that closed them out.
That should do. That should do. He's going to bounce off the backboard. Oh my God, the airburst gets for 2. Final player for Sata is 1 aside. NTT need to try and reposition and look for that res zone. Will be encroaching in. The zone has shifted back down towards the south. So for Kazakhstan, they're not going to be in. Storm request now sit on the outside edge. And for Jogo Benito, somehow they have made placement points. And they have a full 4-man. So maybe something they can work towards. Sata takes the opportunity now to get the med back on. He's got the grenade, but he's got the jammer pack. The blue does a little sprinkle of damage, but not to him, only to the pack on his back.
So much work right now. So much work from Sata, just putting the team on his back. He might close a Khaleesi here. Right, that's another 2 points. Still looking for more nades on the ground. And he might find this one.
He might do. He's got a pickaxe, so he could dig for treasure. 4 kills. A salvation game. From a very good position. A lot of pressure came in, and obviously with Tommy's full stand on the C4 car, and the fact he didn't opt to get out either, he knew where he was ending this game number 1, and it was going to be in the graveyard shift. Flash will come over. Sata pops the smoke behind him, just try and cover. He can hear the footsteps coming his way. Looks to go for the reposition as the flash comes round. He's been spotted. Oh, the spin comes in. He goes for the drop shot. It's an exchange both ways, and NTT will fall on top. We into to a top 4. As I say, Jogo Benito, 4 players up. Storm request with a 3. Team Kazakhstan with a 3, and NTT now down to a solo.
Jogo Benito is the best looking team in this, for sure. They should have a lot of control. And they should maybe even do some damage to Kazakhstan as they come out of the compound.
See what they can do. 9 kills. 9 kills from the compound. You gotta remember, they had that BR at the end. They moved from the single shack. They looped the loop. They dubbed our win or die. And we get in front of them, closing them out as well. They have to go for that reposition. As I said, they're not quite in zone here. They're going to pop those Doritos out. That will give them ample cover, and this little ridge towards the north side should deny a potential line of sight for Storm and Request, but they've got to be careful as they take their time now to leave the compound.
Zone comes in. Space is going to matter a lot here, and I think Jogo Benito and Kazakhstan have the most of it. They should have to move the least, and I mean, NTT, I don't see where they're going from here.
I don't see where they're going. It's a stutter. It will be a stopgap. Phase number 8. A closing gap for these teams. Have to try and close their way in. NTT obviously had a good game, had a good position, but unfortunately the pressure from Sata and the sweep coming in from that east side was too much. Storm Request, as you know before, they took that position really, really quickly. And actually successfully to a degree. I'm interested also how much utility they've got. My logic is they should have a lot to burn. They kind of came here unhinged. No one's really applied pressure. Jog Benito, maybe the same on the other side. Jump our way in. 3 kills for Jog Benito. Maybe not the high kill games we're used to, but they have the placements. The grenades now go through, not just 1, but 2. Stormer Request remind us that, yes, they do have utility.
And they explode. Nice double nades, triple nades. Gonna flush out Hoba here as well if that lands. And just like that, Kazakhstan, they had a bit of space, they had survivability, but they don't anymore. And Storm on Request will take that space. Take out Noddy, though. That's big. From NTT, Joga Bonito, we're looking really poised to take this. They've lost numbers now.
That's big nade. Big nade. Renot comes through. Second one will fall down. Iron 5 as he put 5 to the ground. Find safety in the foxhole. Hobart might be able to crawl his way in. If he does, he might even be spotted. The grenades might then try to come their way. Iron 5 gets the res. Oh my god, NTT remaining strong. Meme gets the knock though. Again, might need to draw the attention. Jog Benito look towards that north side, but they also send Cristani down towards the south. The one-man army, he knows he wants to try and conquer here, but Hobart from the foxhole. He's down to 10 HP, but he's still fighting.
So much damage being done. Big res as well. Suddenly 2-man, not looking all too shabby when everybody else around you is losing numbers. I don't know how many nades Storm Request still has, but surely they're numbered at this point, and surely there's a world where Kazakhstan wins this.
Surely. Might be. It is 3 versus 2 versus 2. One of Jog Benito is down. Storm Request doesn't have the heavy utility, but they have the mollies. If you can place the molly well, you get yourself that kill. Iron 5 gets that, and Jog Benito do a fall. So we go straight to a 3 versus 2. Storm Request, who took away that positioning earlier on, they now look to try and close this game out. On the other side, though, Kazakhstan, a huge game so far, and they will continue to drive their way forward. A little bit of calm before the storm. Storm Request has the dots. Kazakhstan has the pickaxe. They will try and dig another foxhole a little bit closer, hoping, praying that this team will try and drive their way forward, and it's not going to be the case. He has to come out, has to move his way around, and 11 kills. It's a game well played for Team Kazakhstan.
The util is doing so much. Util's doing so much for Storm Request. Now this smoke will fade. I don't think there's a whole lot more. One big nade from Hoba, though, is pretty much all that there is left for Team Kazakhstan. If he cooks this, if he lands this, it could be massive, though.
He could land it. The money goes forward. The grenade comes through. The splash damage is done. It's quick storm as it will brush past us like a summer breeze. It's 5 kills. It's a 15-point game, but my oh mine, 17 points here for Team Kazakhstan. It's an interesting circle, Koho. Lots of plays from these teams, and actually it came down to Storm Request stealing that position early on.
We talked about it. The mortar holes, right? They can be an absolute trap and they can get you killed. Or sometimes you just swoop one in, take the best spot in the circle, no problems at all.
No problems at all. Match number 1 is done. As I say, there is 5 in the bag. So obviously, and as just a reminder for everyone, at the end of match number 5, we will tally up the points and we'll upload them to the master leaderboard. So for some of these returning teams, it's all just added out. For the new teams, they're adding themselves into that leaderboard. So Team Kazakhstan will take 17 points. Storm Request on 15. NWG, who is the ones that really kind of dug in Storm Request position, they will find themselves, though, with a whopping 11 points. Rest will fall off. Freeside fell off quite early. GE Esports, again, fell off quite early because of the, I suppose, the engagements from Jog Benito, and then obviously trying to work their way in. They got caught up fight after fight. But again, there's only a few teams here that have hooved up the points, Koho.
Yeah, very top heavy. Very top heavy because of the kills that we see going with the top placements, right? And then a lot of teams struggling. But once again, even a 7 points here is not all that shabby because, like I said, it's permanent points. They're going on the leaderboard. No matter if you end up 12th or 4th today, excuse me, those points will go to the main leaderboard and they will bring you further towards a PC.
Well, if that game's giving you shocks like it's giving Koho some shocks, the hiccups are here. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, though, it'll be match number 2. Miramar is coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. Well, the excitement was too much for one of us, but we're both back here and we're ready to compete. It is game number 2 shortly started, but game number 1 again reminds us that those zones can be quite crazy. And even early on, Karo, a lot of the teams were reacting a lot more calm. They were looking for the kills. And I'm even going to say this, I felt like Big John, when our zone shifted towards these, was like, actually, do you know what? We can't get anything else out from this game. Let's just get some kills.
And that's a lot of the times that's the right way, because you go, instead of just sending it into the unknown, you have a team next to you that you think is weak or that you maybe see an opening for. That is the clearer path to points. And yes, there might always be that forbidden land in the distance that has more points for you where you can maybe win the game. But a lot of the times you should just take what you see in front of you. And I don't mind them doing that. I know 3 points per game isn't enough as an average, but it's a lot better than just getting a big fat donut, right? And just going out with 0 points because you sent it across the zone and had no idea where to go.
Yeah, and again, we'll talk about some of the points though, because PGG obviously started quite aggressively getting some points in. But Team Kazakhstan, I want to go back to their position. They're in that single sort of granny house, and obviously they had to then play their way in. But actually, they did it in style. They used the BRDM, they worked in and around, and they kind of blocked out the opportunity for Win or Die to get in. I think, as you said, they positioned themselves in the better side of the compound. The zone shifted back towards that east, and actually, yeah, Win or Die had no opportunity to get back in from there.
Yeah, big plays from a lot of the teams, but we have a Miramar ready and waiting for us. We're going into map 2. No further delays, no further hiccup in casters, hopefully, for this one, as we are heading into a super fair plane path here, Mark.
I feel like you've jinxed yourself now. I had a big smile on my face though after that game, so it was good. Plane path though is fair. It is a southeast up towards a northwest. It will divide the heart and the soul of the sandy dunes that is Miramar. A preferred map, as we said in a couple of weeks. And I think we had a conversation about it last week. A lot of these esports players will enjoy Miramar, but there's only one of them. It is kind of like a wildcard map, so to speak. Now, the Stormer request, they leave early. But Team Force, well, they are left to the whole of Lost Leons by themselves.
That's a lot of space. And they weren't even ready to take it. They weren't even looking to take all of that. But Is Sloy doing this on purpose at this point? What's going on there? How is he just landing across the map every single game? They had this issue on the first one, and we thought he was AFK, but once again, 3-1 split. Big
games, mate. Big gameplay. Sloy, he knows, mate. He's like Operation Scout. He's just counting everyone that's jumping out. For now, he's going to be safe. He's just going to be on top of a mountain. How he plays it is going to be interesting. So obviously it does go early-ish on the flight path. For those that don't know, the zone has to touch the flight path in some degree, and it has skimmed this flight path. So we are down in towards that kind of southwest area. Valdemar is going to be in. Chimacero will be in that kind of center spot. PGG might opt to go try and take that early. We've seen them drop there, and it is a normal drop spot for that team as well. NTT actually, they had a really good game. And I think they got closed out a little bit from the zone, losing that ridge line, and maybe some of the level of aggression, because you can't underestimate Sata.
It's just really, really tough. These late games have changed so much ever since TPP became the main esports mode, and you can still see teams are still figuring it out, essentially, as you want to get center, you want to dig in the center, right? That's clearly the winning play. But then if teams land good nades on you, then you're just absolutely cooked. And we saw that happening to Kazakhstan coming out of the compound, just getting destroyed in their holes. So util is essentially just the #1 factor in these late games. If you have enough smokes to cover yourself, get behind the smokes and nade whatever is in front of you, that is massive. But obviously, smokes get naded as well, right? So it's just having the right util at the right time can be so crucial. And Storm Request did a great job at that.
Yep, I agree. Can't take anything away from him. Those stack looking for the early emergency pickup, as they will be in El Paso. We've just seen them. Rox does flying slowly. Interesting. So unfortunately for him, he will not take part again. So maybe not quite the big game plans I thought. Rest of these teams though are looking to try on that rotation. Power Grid obviously taken by Jocko Benito. They're going to move their way in. Gravediggers I felt had a good game as well. They kind of have to move their way down on that west side as well, away from Monty. Tekker's a little bit further around that brickyard also. Other teams, though, that have to have a little bit of a longer rotation. NWG, obviously, very, very late. They are up in that north side of Oasis. Team Bosch, again, working their way down. And Geller Gang doing the same. But let's pin that for a second. NTT's being crashed by AT at the moment. And one-man army needs to flex out one more time.
He's got a tough job ahead of him because I see a Panzerfaust there on the other side as well. That is a pretty chill one and done for Hero most of the time. Support might be coming in, but it's a tricky one because where do they land? Where do they stop here? Just putting yourself on the outside of this building isn't really enough. They need to take some space back, and you can see they're trying to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out at the moment. I mean, it's going to just try and hold, get the sound cues. Cars obviously working their way back in. 80, I'm going to say they knew there was someone here. So they're must be trying to figure out exactly where that player is right now. Grenades in hand, that is definitely a kind of telltale. They're going to try and jump, try and get the information and farm the information of where he is on the inside. And now they've worked all the way through. Grenades will come out. And NTT got to try and hold and keep their boy alive. But they're also wrapping around. That's going to cause a reaction from AT as they're looking for that recrash.
It's really tricky when you don't get to clear the solo quick. It delays you so much. It costs you so much of your time. And now they've just been stuck into this compound with no real advancement for maybe half a minute, maybe a minute. Maybe some tires getting popped, getting surrounded. And even more teams potentially coming in later down the line. But Mad Negative has seen it, has heard it, has marked it for his teammates. So maybe the util can now come out. And the util does come out to do a bit of the damage.
Nope. Does damage himself.
Doesn't clear it.
No, he does more damage on Mad Negative. He's found it. They actually hold it. No. Now he activates. Comes on the inside.
He's on fire.
Hero goes down and he is on fire. Grenade will go through. Mad Negative will fall as well. Oh my god. The solo will hold.
It's such a problem when you don't get to do this in time because obviously you have another entire team setting up for you, right? Slowing everything down, trying to work out how they can punish you for what you want to do. Now, trying to get the trades in, but Miss Your Voice gets one and bounces back. Flush confirmed as well. Enemy, he's unknown here, unforeseen, and he does the damage, but in the end it's not enough. That being said, PDG should have good kill feed on this and should know that this is a compound that you want to just pick up.
That was from Narnia. That was from Chimacera. Look at that. What a shot. Esports, though, if they get the kill feed read, they're going to crawl in and get to claim. And actually, maybe not. They get one of the reses in. And quick kill confirmed. So Esports doing the right thing, but maybe half a second too late.
Snapping's also immediately on the punish there. So I think this game it's just, you know, it's a really good way of showing you what not to do and how things can go wrong and how quickly a PUBG game can slide out of your hands there. You think you're crashing a solo, you think you're just getting a free compound, and all of a sudden you're in a 3v3 stuck in the same situation that we just had AT stuck in.
It's the case. See, may have learned their lessons first time round. We'll have to wait and see. CCI next, though, will launch a grenade through the window. Does bounce, causes damage on towards the car. AT trying to lock this one down. PGG got eyes on. NTT is so well played. Like even like moving that solo player to the outside, they know there's only one way out, and they're using the cover from the guys to stop them. Yes, I know they're down, but do you know what? When you break that down of how they played that, it was to perfection. What they couldn't factor in is PGG causing some problems from Chimacera.
Yeah, it's unfortunately it's almost what you have to factor in, right? Because everybody hears this, everybody knows, everybody wants to get involved as well. Because yeah, we're in a good spot here in the early game, and everybody else is just set up around you, trying to control area, trying to gather information. If they can get some free kills, if they can punish, they all will. And it's the way the cookie crumbles, some would say. And we really saw NTT crumble under this pressure.
Yep. Someone crumbling under pressure. Presenti gets Cristani, an avid hero for getting the first kill. Hasn't done it so far today. Jogmanito obviously are looking in towards Chimacera, and Cristani was a solo, so I expect that confirmed to be done. There it is. Presenti does get that confirmation. So PGG obviously looking to try and drive it. If you are new into the PEC or even in the PAS Cups a bit later on this evening, because it is non-stop Esports PUBG action. All obviously for these regular teams, Cristani is a well-known entity, and has a level of aggression for Jogo Bonito. So zone's about to shift, does go down towards that south side, and now I suppose we're looking at that urban end in that kind of Chumacera area, and PGG might want to tighten up.
For sure will. The really interesting question is how and where, because they have so many things to pick from and no obvious answer. But they will for sure group up. They will for sure at least go into a 2-2, maybe play something like the Chuma corner and the radar station. But there's a lot of options that they can pick from, and it's not an easy one. So you better be ready before zone pops. You better be ready to know what you want to leave and what you want to dodge. And we see that from all of the good teams. If you're listening to any of the comms at PGS, for example, pre-planning is massive here, right? And already knowing what compounds you value the most and what you would fight for and what you would dodge makes these fast decisions so much easier once the circle actually hits.
Yeah, it's funny because on game number 1, I was going to production. I was about to call for comms for Big John. It's not PGS. I can't call for comms. But it has been really good. I really like that feature on the main circuit because even not so much all the time about what they're saying, but some teams are a lot more calmer than others, some are a little bit more chaotic, etc. It really gives an insight to actually understanding what's going through the team and the players' minds and the IGLs at those moments in time where they're either under pressure or they're making plays. And so a really good addition, I believe. The rest of these teams, though, are making additions in towards the zone. TMO now looking onto forces as they got the outside edge. But they're on a 2-1 split, don't forget. FS in front of him, who had not the best start for game number 1. They are also a little bit ahead of this, but in a 2-2 split. So a lot of these teams still opting to kind of play for a mid and maybe another split elsewhere, expecting maybe this zone to be a bit more chaotic.
For me, it's also so fun to see, not to see, obviously, to hear the value that everybody provides in a team, right? Because right now, you're just seeing what they're doing in game. You have no idea about the comms. Oh, that is a blue zone rat gone wrong. They tried to camp Noddy on the res and don't actually get the confirm. He's now going to get the smokes out, and this is why we almost always see everybody get smokes out, right? Even when they think they're safe, because you would hate to lose a second player. But he does get away with it just for now. Has no support from teammates anywhere close by, but he will get at least the res down.
Yeah, shots towards the 8 time. NWG obviously have eyes in the sky. The Blue Hawk from Nitro. And yeah, lucky enough for Jogo Bonito, and he maybe try and back off. It is phase 2, so even maybe go north, take the additional one further afield. A little bit more safety. And let's be honest, the only thing that would come for him would be the glider. But you'd hear that coming miles away.
Yeah. There's also a world, right, where even if you're in the blue, I think you could 3-1 Noddy here if you wanted to, because again, it's a free kill and his team is somewhere close to you. But I think well-made decision by them to not in this case. The rest of Jogo Bonito, though, they have to be standing up to the pressure, and they are. Slavin, big turn, big frag onto Harry. Make sure that they keep the compound for now.
Harris, yeah, down. Grenade goes round, Slavin down to 24 HP. Going to take the opportunity now to get the mare back on. He's just put himself in a position that will be unexpected. Door closed. Donna will launch the grenade back, but he pings really quick back to him. He needs to get moving. Swap towards the shotgun. Maybe not what you need from the person from Tommy making the charge, but he gets over towards the M4, back towards the shotgun, and back to safety. One at a time. Digger will fall.
Big moves right now. Damage is coming through, though, and he's not ready for the player under the stairs. He doesn't have the audio either, right? He flashes to take the audio away from Prebz, but he also loses it in the process. And now, Jogo Bonito actually punished for their early aggression here, because, yeah, sure, you're getting the res, but that also means there's 2 players. One that is being rezzed and one that is rezzing, not defending the priority compound that they were under pressure on. So very, very well done by the Gravediggers to realize what was going on there. Did it work out in the end? Hard to say, because they only got one of the kills and they lost 2 players for it. But the idea, the decision, 100% correct.
Downside, actually, for Jogo Bonito, they can't get those blue chips, right? So they run out towards the zone to go get a player back and have been exposed. You're right, it's been a really good read. NWG, on the other side, they are getting the read and they still have eyes in the sky with the Blue Hawk. So TMO look to sweep in. They swept in from that sort of east side now towards the south side. Now they move in from the southwest. Storm on request. Well, that storm will leave the higher ground as it will become a bit more of a summer breeze ahead of things towards Chumacera. Chumacera still remains in, and the zone plays a little bit more towards the north.
TMO's been chasing the zone now. They've been looking for entries. They've been looking at compounds taken by other teams, looking to see if there's mistakes. There's any gaps in the armor that they can exploit. And now Aris scouting them in past Chumacera, but they still have to make it down the hill. And they have to make landfall somewhere that they can play for more than just temporarily. Gonna be interesting to see what they decide to do here. But Habibi and Vaso have already stopped to at least not let Storm on request just freely sweep out behind them.
Do you know what I really like? This position actually one of those drop spots that I go for on the flight path. Like, holding this corner is lovely, especially if you've got people in towards those sort of warehouses. They're going to get loads of line of sight, especially for TMO. If they want to try and conquer, they've got to make a complete charge in. On the other side, they're a bit further afield. NWG find a P90. So again, good grab from them, and they can retreat back to their position. We're going to see where the zone goes. Now we're leaving a bit of Chumacera. And again, that position we was just in, they are in. So for NWG, got to remember, they're in the air. Nitro is getting so much more information, and they can sit just now where that player's pulling up, sort of north of that drop. A really good position for them to play.
Tons of information in the early game, at least for Nitro. I'm not sure. I almost felt like that looked like he got out of the glider, or at least he was spinning very fast. But
yeah, he's out.
Yeah, got the information when it needed. Recup doing the same thing, sitting completely unknown here in the top. If he's got a nade, things are probably not looking great for Bosch, because they will have no idea where these nades are coming from. They know. The molly's good.
What a play! I suppose they've got Michael and T-Bone, two players we know. They play these kind of sneaky areas. No, it does find it, but a huge pickup though from Big John.
Oh, that is so big. I thought he was unknown, and that would have been disaster, but the molly immediately landing as well. Look at the mortars teaming on up immediately. You gotta split up. You're exploding. Oh, it's a big Bosch.
It's a big Bosch. Sancho and IXE, Kazakhstan and No Slack teaming up to deny the higher ground. They've got to keep eyes on the prize, but they've got to try and get these races back in. T-Bone goes for his brother in arms and Team UK. There's Noik praying for a hope in hand. At the moment, there are no other mortars coming in just yet, so they actually get away from this, but they've got to spread out quick.
If you survive the early mortars, it's actually somewhat of a blessing in disguise sometimes, because once again, so much cover, right? But it's really, really hard to survive them a lot of the time, especially when there's teams just looking at you with DMRs as well. TMO bleeding players at the same time here, multiple teams. Storm on request is doing the damage. Justus has made it across, but Aris and Habibi, not the only ones that are gone. It's also Vaso, so Justus alive. That's real bad, especially when we see this Chumacera. It's mighty packed, but Storm on request is the one team that can just slide on out there on the western side and actually look for the punish on Justus later on.
No worry, it is going to slide towards the west, and we see Chumacera leave. Everyone else, and especially Jogo Benito, are praying that he comes back in towards that hard cover. For now, let's see teams on the transition. 38 seconds before we see that the Mythos will fall down. Justice, he's down at 2 points. His team hits and miss at the moment, and it's unexpected, but not unexpected as that bright side confirms, as they have entrenched themselves now in the gully, the Valley of the Beast.
Nitro had an absolute bang on to Sutter though, sits him right back down, and now gotta go for that res under tough circumstances for No Slack, because they know they're sitting in between multiple teams. GE is bleeding inside of Chumacera as Bosch is still trying to survive the mortars. Still more coming in, still more pressure. Shotgun. Second shotgun we don't see working out for Jogo Benito in this game. And just like that, so many teams down to low numbers.
They are down. Low numbers at the moment. Bosch now under, again, a sea of barrage from the mortar fire. Can't take his eyes off ATT. T-Bone does get knocked. That comes from win or die. Zone does shift slightly out of Chumacera. So, again, these teams on the south side need to get moving, but they've got to move to this position. And for Bosch, there's a lot to juggle at the moment. Lots of teams potentially coming their way. Oh my God.
Another one. It's another one. It becomes so hard to dodge at some point, and yeah, I mean, I keep saying it, right? More cover to them, but now T-Bone flushed. Now actual numbers that will stay dead as well. This is gonna hurt later on. Once again, I don't think this is over for them still. I think there's still a world where they claw this back, but look at Slow Jacket. They're looking to get nades up down there from the bottom. I almost don't want them to waste it because I don't feel like they're gonna reach, but anybody that has an eye in with a DMR and can actually track these players down, mark these players down, has so much of an easier time of just getting the punching in.
That's what they can do. Over. Looks for a grenade. He has to put up on the adjacent side. Grenade goes over the top, sees the car. He's actually going to stand on it. Tippy toes. Don't get exploded. Hoba with the M. Potentially going to be there. Mad negative. Too far away. Dodges the molly. But I don't think he's going to be able to dodge the blue zone. AT have to get aggressive. Kazakhstan, though, reinforcing this position. But they're down. And they're really well played from Stapex.
Yeah, a lot of players wouldn't step over there because obviously he's open to the entirety of the map, but he realizes that he has to, and he immediately finds the punish, immediately finds the low HP players to get the hurt in. Nitro's been clean with that MK this game, does a lot more damage onto the Gravediggers, and immediately focuses it over towards Kazakhstan. NWG from this northwestern side looking like an absolute menace this game.
They are. Not even this game, the first game as well. So impressed. I didn't think they were going to get out Severny, but at the moment they are controlling. Nitro was eyes in the skies, but not anymore. No Slack, again, taking on a lot of fights, but they are in the valley. So they are going to try and hold this one up. 11 teams, still not in the placement points just yet. And we are, again, starting to lose Chumasera in the southeast.
It's one of those circles where obviously strategy is massive in PUBG and map knowledge and rotating and team play and everything, but you got some of these players that are really good with DMRs, your game's so much easier because there's so much pressure coming in everybody's way. And somehow there are still mortars coming this way, Mark. Look at the ground, look at the knock and flush onto Novik. Bosch can't believe that there are still people with mortar shells.
It's just coming from all different angles, multiple teams.
And now the BRDM's coming.
It hasn't got the gas to get up there, no way. No way. A couple of shots, surely. M248, Michael, put it to bed. Yeah, 100%. GG's.
GG's. No pun intended. They get the smoke out, though. They live for now. I'm surprised they're even still standing. And yeah, there it is. There's the cleanup. Michael gets one. Exa gets the other. And just like that, G with another nightmare of a game. 1 point in 2 games. Not the start we would have wanted. Not what they wanted to do with BRDM. That's a crazy nade. That's almost a team nade again. But it's actually clean from Cizo. And it's Storm on request, putting a bit of a stop to what Ghetto Gang were trying to do on this northwestern side.
Let's go back towards the northwest as well. So we are now leaving Chumasera. So PGG have to exit. Win or Die have to work their way through that. Unfortunately for Force, they are down to a solo, but also in Chumasera. Storm Request had that good position I was talking about earlier. They can exit around that sort of west. They find a new home, but they are just short of zone. NWG, which have been a shining light, should we say, for this game already. They're in the northwest corner looking to try and come in, but all eyes will be at who and which way the PGG go.
Already 6 kills though. Once again, this is what I alluded to earlier. If this was really hard for PGG, which it isn't, they would already be on 7-8 points now, right? They could already write this game off if they would die now, lose Salik on the transition, maybe don't make it across. They'd still be okay with this game. However, they're looking poised to make a good cross, just easily coming across the road there. A bit of damage might come out from Win or Die, and there might be Bosch standing up. But Slow Jacket and the rest of the gang are already across, and this is looking like lambs to the slaughter. They got no space, Mark.
No space, zone not helping. Schengen, unfortunately, is going down towards that blue. Bosch looking to try and get involved in this one, but obviously getting pressured, peppered on that top side. Koyang does get an opportunity to pick up one of the Kazakhstan players. They are juggling multiple fronts. Michael has been geared to try and fight this way. And for Win or Die, they do get the placement point, but they run out of zone.
Michael needs this as well. They know they need this pressure because otherwise they're just going to get cleared. They need to take somebody out on the cross. Now Zubila's made the cross and Salik's made the cross. And Presenti hasn't even taken any damage. That's bad news for Bosch. That forces them away from PGG. A 4-man PGG is bad news bears. And I think Bosch will quickly realize maybe we have to focus our attention elsewhere because this ain't working out.
No, I don't think you can get away from this one. Lucky enough, the grenade whistles by. He launches one back. They need to get something here. That car needs to go as well. That's providing the cover. Michael is down. There's a 1-2 and a good under move. It's actually the Resenti move that goes down around close on the rocks. It actually opens things up. And then they put a blue zone right on top. Great, clean approach. PGG execute to perfection.
Yeah, the timing on the nades as well, right? So perfectly clean. No chance for Michael to get away. A perfect blue zone for the flash as well, landing literally at his feet, hitting his knocked body. No weird bounces there. So well executed by PGG. And this game right now is why we see them at the top of these standings. Now a flash comes out, buys them the time to push, and they know they want to clean this, and they have the numbers to do it. Kolya, they say he's Hakatori V2. He's a young Hakatori. He might get one, but surely not more.
I can't see it. Good play. They go out. And look, do you know what? Again, another salvation game. Big John under huge amounts of pressure from that mortar fire. And as a result, it's going to give PGG, I suppose, that cover. 4 players remain for them. No stack with 4 as well, but they've entrenched, engulfed themselves, as I said, into the Valley of Death. NWG been more active. They are still on that north side, but they have moved to more of a north-central position. Storm and Request are the remaining team now to make up our 4. They were on that west side of Shumasera, and guys, as you said, mate, they had that opportunity to kind of exit on the west safely, and now they find a new home. So really good area, really good play from these teams to find it to the top 4.
They had the opportunity to leave Shumasera, but they've also had the opportunity to try and stay and fight PGG, but they've kind of left that, and they've left PGG to reign freely, which I think is the play, because it's not an easy fight for Storm and Request from their position. Now, because of this, they are somewhat on the back foot, I would say, especially when it comes to points in this game, right? Because even if they win it, they'd probably lose out to PGG points-wise now. But they've put themselves in the right spot. They've used some of these nades to form cover. They've used the cars, and they should be out living. But I'm not sure how they want to close out this game. This is actually a very volatile game, Mark. This can still go a lot of ways.
Yeah, the only winner here is going to be No Stack, right? Because they're at the bottom of this pit. Obviously, NWG looking to try and get involved. They're trying to get the grenades down here, but it's high ground versus high ground. NWG looking to try and make the first move. Here comes the first trap. Holovi will try and hold out. Grenade will go through, and it's Sata again. Huge nades come through. The Storm Request also not helping out.
I was going to say, yes, they position-wise, they look like the biggest winners, but they're also in the middle, right? So everybody wants to kill him, and everybody's working to kill him. And Sata, or Skav, immediately punished here as he tries to support. Doesn't make it through. And now we'll see a PGG as well. They know that at some point they'll have to come down from their mountain. They're going to pick the weakest side, and they're going to possibly shift towards the west here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just fly into IXE either. So there's a lot of ways that PGG can decide the game here, and there's a lot of ways that they can still try and ruin Slack. If they don't leave it too late, oh my god, he still has mortar shells.
Well, last one gone. Surely we are done. Zenzi, pray that the wind doesn't push the mortar fire your way. Let's see where it lands. I think it might go a little bit too far. Yeah. That one's not. Oh my days! No, the first one was a 0. When it was windy in Mirror Marco, I brushed it towards the north, but they want to get rid of the team, and it came to Storm and Request. The lightning strike from PGG puts them now on 15 kills. My oh my.
It gives them the space as well. It gives them Presenti alive on this other side of the map, right? It gives them a double threat towards Slack. Makes it so much harder for Slack to play any position in this circle. I don't know what happened to the first mortar. I don't know why the first one was so bad when the second one was so insane.
It was windy, mate. That's what it was.
It's really just won the game for them. Look at this blue zone as well. The spray is there from Sloy Jacket. And just like this, it's a 4v2 that they will almost always clean up.
Yeah, even at the basic angles they had there, they pushed players up, forced them out around the shack. Sloy Jacket in a position then just to try and clean up. Presenti looks to try and close things out. No Stack, they can't even give up towards the zone, not at the moment. And for PGG, they're looking to close the door. Big nade comes out. It's still going to be too short.
Still living. Still holding on for now, but they're clearly getting choked out of this game. I think Sata can't even move. Exe can't barely exit. And I think the second they see Sata, they should take him. He is cracked, but the high ground with TVP. Too much to handle. Panzerfaust comes in. They clean it up. PGG with an absolute massive 28 kill banger. And once again, they show us why they're at the top of the standings.
Okay, 18 kills, 28 points. And again, it's the space they fought for. Churrasera, look, don't get me wrong, it's that normal drop spot, Koa, and they obviously played it really well. They got neighboured. but it was the kind of a push out for me that's when it started to show its light. Bosch had the higher ground, they were able to get there. Unlucky for Michael, he didn't get the knock, but they took full advantage.
Very controlled and very effective on how to max the points as well, right? They didn't leave anything on the table. They didn't let a team get away that they shouldn't have. They didn't wait around to clear Bosch, for example. They knew that they had to take win or die with them. So very well executed individually, but also as a team. The decision making was super, super clean. They came in from a power position, but then even in the late game, getting down from that hill is not even that easy. There's a lot of times that the team coming down from the Chuma hill has a lot of kills out of Chuma and then dies because they can't get down. And the mortar here was basically the door opener for them, and Salik just exploded that door all the way up.
Yeah. And even how they exposed individuals from a no slack. And obviously, Presenti wrap around that northwest corner, open things up as well. So good play from them. And obviously, as we say, 28 points. No slack, though. They were in the valley of death, it felt like, for a long time. But they were able to put out 7 kills, putting them on 13 points. Storm Request with a whopping 10. But again, it's another game, but only 3 teams in double digits.
Yeah. Bunch of solid points though for teams that need them and that love them. Big John, Kazakhstan, right? Teams that are already in solid spots on the leaderboard. A lot of points on the left side here though, right? Once again, very top heavy game, even more now because of PGG, and a lot of teams getting away with 1 point or 0 points there at the left, the right side of that scoreboard. That hurts because that's essentially a useless game. If you're coming out of here as a team Kazakhstan with 6, you're not all that upset. Because once again, yes, there's today's leaderboard and there's a bit of prize money on the line for today, but you're really just collecting points for the overall leaderboard to get into PEC playoffs.
I just want to talk about that right side leaderboard very quickly because there are some big names over here, and I know we've only done 2 games, but for the Myth-Off, for me, a point a game is not enough. Something's not working. We're finding them in this sort of mid game, but they can't get the conversion.
Yeah, really not converting their games. And we saw Justus in one of the spots that essentially won the game, right? So they made the send past Chumacera, but they made it so hesitantly that they lost a lot of players in the process. They didn't quite know what the play was, but they also didn't have control over their area, right? So it was tough. They were chasing circles for a bit, but they couldn't quite figure out when to send it, where to send it. Sometimes you have to just make that switch, playing from control, and then you realize we can't get any control here. The circle just doesn't allow it. We gotta send it somewhere, go for a center spot, and it didn't look like a good execution, but we also didn't really see it, right? So I don't want to judge too much, but we both know they're not happy with these 2 games. They will have to try and fix it in the next 3.
Yeah, and especially it's an all-star lineup. For those that don't know, obviously we are on week number 3 for PEC Full. This is the EMEA circuit that will end up on PEC for a little bit later on. Not too many weeks remaining. And obviously for these teams that have worked their way through the series, you can sign up though. We'll get your links in chat, and if you think you can do and bring what it takes to put points on the board, get yourself in, get yourself through Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And if you're a top 16 teams, you will be competing in, I suppose, next week's Week Cup number 4. The only difference with Week 4 and Week 5 is actually if you do win the end of the day, you will automatically punch your ticket through towards the finals. I'll say the finals to the actual qualifiers. And this is the circuit where you want to get involved to make sure you can compete, because it's the last chance to get into the globals, the S tier event.
Yeah.
I do want to bring up a team though, top of the leaderboard. PGG looks strong, got the win obviously, but if they do take the win on a week 4 or week number 5, that's going to open things up for other teams, and we'll see that leaderboard drop down. Do you expect them to come back and kind of storm the lobby in a week 4, week 5, or are they going to do a nemesis on us and maybe just take a bit of a break and just know they've already qualified to day 1?
I would suspect them to keep playing. I think for me it makes a lot more sense to keep playing, but then again, there is sort of the thing where you don't want to get into habits, right? This lobby, as good as it is compared to scrim lobbies or just normal PUBG lobbies, right? It's not quite the same level as you will find in PEC, especially in the finals. So I understand a team like Nemesis that really wants to focus on these finals, even wants to focus on globals later down the line, that maybe it makes sense for them to skip. But my intuition would say come back and play with 0 pressure at all, right? You're just playing because you're playing for fun, you're playing for practice, so you can do whatever you want, really. And like I said before, if you want some of your competitors to have a worse time, that is exactly where you can do it. And if you want somebody out of a loot spot, if you want somebody to not make it to the finals, then that is when you can do it. So my intuition says come play them, but then again, it's a big time commitment, right? Like maybe you have to play all of the scrims, you have to play the cup each time, and that is maybe time some of these teams will take off.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. One of those teams that did take off and they did take their way through was Team Nemesis, because they did come through these cups and they duked it out amongst these players as well. And now we see them in the major events they're competing in PGS, and an opportunity to go to the end of the year for PGC. 2 games done. We've got 5 in total, and our map number 3 though is underway. It's time to Tago, and all the opportunities though on the board, because it's pretty even flight path.
Yeah, another really even flight path. And another chill one for the teams, as that northeastern side of the map is looking pretty chill as well. We don't have a west of airport team here, right? So we have shipyard and we have airport only, and then the next team is sort of the Twisted Minds split. But as I say that, that's actually Slack going for Yongchong and taking more space east of market. So lots of space, and a little bit of a dodgy situation here in terminal, Mark.
Yeah, no, it's not going for that VP drop with Scav kind of taking the outside edge. Terminal, we had ended in the market today. That was interesting, should we say. Hopefully we won't get a repeat there. Force able to make sure all 4 bodies will jump down, and for Zloy, welcome in, buddy.
Hey, he's playing with his team.
He's doing a thing.
Wow. He's landing with his team. What? That's an experience.
He didn't want to dip his toes in the water, Cara. That's what it is. He wants to get back into the terminal. He's getting ready. He's getting ready.
It does make sense. Look at Hosan Prison, though. We have a bit of a scramble there as well. Storm on request with at least 2 players. And then NTT just caught in between a whole lot of teams. And, man, Mark, can we go a single game without a solo dropping at the end of the plane path? What's going on with these guys? Why is Michael here?
Why not? Why not? He knew the zone was coming here. He doesn't like jumping out early. For Storm request, he's going to try and T-bone keep this car in and around Hosan Prison. For Storm request, I need to get in the car if they want to try and stand a chance. And it's not going to be the case. They are going to go for a pickup. NTT can be able to get out of here. Zone did come a little bit later now, so we do go down towards Song Am. We are hold on to the river and Palace in the north. Hosan Prison just about on the outside. There's a couple of things that worry me with this zone. Historically, we know Tago will pull back towards the waterfront, the river. So I think some of these teams will look at this as a north. But recently, we've had so many zones in and around Songam. If it does pull down to the south, southwest, again, there's so much space already. How many more teams are going to get caught in that rotation path?
My personal opinion is that a psychology professor could form entire lectures on human biases just by what we think about PUBG circles. I think recency bias is so real, and a lot of teams do tend to play more into Songam now because they feel like they've seen a lot of zones there. I think the whole pulling back towards the water thing was a phase as well that I feel like we've passed, but there's a lot of water in the middle of the map, right? It's not rare that circles should go there, and I think the circles, when you look at them mathematically, you actually collect a lot of data. They're a lot more random than teams and players give them credit for. The tendencies are a lot less pronounced and probably just explainable by actual RNG.
Agreed. Absolutely agree, especially recently in this update. Don't forget we're on the esports service. We're not on the latest update, but we are entering into the era of the LMG. For now, these teams are going to get moving, a bit calm before the Tago Storm. And you already noted Michael is not with his team, but he's on that rotation on the south path. So he's working his way around to Songam at the moment. Where's your drop spot, though, on this map, Kyle? Where's your kind of go-to place? Are you a Palace guy? You strike me as a Palace guy.
I have a problem on this map, and it's I don't like any of the hot drops really all that much. I think Yongchong was a ranked hot drop for a long time, and I think Buksansa is actually quite good. Yeah. There's just not as much ratting in Buksansa. I think Palace with the roofs can become very tedious, but every hot drop can, right? Every hot drop can become a bit tedious if the other team knows what they're doing. But yeah, I was a Buksansa fan because a lot of the times it would be a really quick fight and then you'd be done and you'd have won your fight. Whereas any of the cities, any of the big, I mean, Hosan, for example, right? There's so many spots you can hide in and the fight can draw out for so long.
I'm with you. I'm a Boxing Star guy. I like that. It's easy drop, very aggressive. You're either out the lobby and back, or back in the lobby as quick as you got in, or you're playing from that location, and it's got the recall as well. Rest of the teams though moving their way in. AT going on this sort of west side against FS. So not really been here today. No points on the board just yet. Middle of the zone though is going to be gifted with some drops. It's going to be down to Guy. Esports might need a helping hand. Pick again another team, and I'll hold my hands up. I thought it would be a lot higher up in this leaderboard.
Hit or miss, right? I think that's the way to describe it, and I think that's for me what characterizes a lot of these Turkish teams is they have very high highs and very low lows, and so far it's looking like a low. But once again, you just get one good fight in, one good send in, and suddenly you're playing a banger game, and it can all look okay again. That's what we had from Bosch in the last cup, right? They essentially just played the last game, and suddenly everything looked fine again. So it's definitely doable. If you looked at what PGG did last game, I think that's a very extreme example.
Yeah.
But anybody that plays one game like that is suddenly all fine and all chilling, right? So it is definitely possible to win, even if you're not consistent every game. And I think right now in PUBG, it's almost impossible to be consistent every single game, and only the very best in the world manage to achieve it.
Oh, you don't need to tell me about that. Gam the Expendables, 23 kills, big win, 33-point game. Come in today, Gam, they're going to smash it, lads. Where are they? Bottom the bloody leaderboard of 8 points. I'm like, oh, full rip. So, yes, I suppose the higher up you get, the more consistent-ish you can become. But it doesn't always work out with these zones and the rotations that are required to get in. One thing that has helped out, Hero has found an opening storm request. Taking the compound, because they are playing a very open spot. Maybe a spot people were not expecting.
Dragunov rings out, doesn't find anything, and Matt Negative is, well, not flushed yet, but in a really, really bad spot to get rezzed back up. Not where you want to be if you're AT. That should be the confirm, and that should be the fight over before it properly starts with a good reset from someone request.
Yeah, that level of aggression there. I think AT is one of these teams that are looking for points. They missed that first week. But there is that balance. Mythov, the legend, Habibi, popping a couple of shots now. Back towards AT. They do control compound behind. There is holding. So you're going to be doing the same as he moves back towards that east. But again, they're looking for opportunities. I worry that there is an overextension. We've just seen the consequence of that from AT. Hopefully, that's not going to be the same for the Mythov.
Yeah, it's a tricky game to play, but it's better to be, I think it's better to be too aggressive than to be too passive, right? At least they're trying things, they're looking for things, they're trying to grip the game and manage it themselves. I love that. Especially when they don't have the best prio spots. They had a bit of a weird early game with a lot of teams just driving around them and doing funky stuff around that Hosan prison area. I just want to see that phase 2 transition now. I want to see them ready for a good send or a good play into phase 2, because they have had time to prepare. If they've been mined AFK trying to get farm kills and they don't know what to do now, then that's something to worry about.
Or going to that center compound and just keeping your head down. Again, waiting and praying the game comes due. There's that zone shift back to the water. Fishing camp holds in. Palace store remains in. So we don't go down towards Songham, thank God. And actually a lot of these teams will be looking for that rotation. A lot more teams expected for me, or surprised, I say, by me, did go more south. NTT, PGG, and Ghetto Gang. So they've got to go back the way they came. I like that Jogabenito maybe tempted with holding the location. But Hosan will look quite greedy for some of these teams if they want a bit of a stopgap.
There's only a handful of spots that are really good to play out of Hosan as well. So the hillsides next to it are a little bit where you want to be if you really want to be favored in a lot of these zones. But yeah, the western shift is, or the western side is where a lot of teams want to be, but it's wide open as well. So you see 3 teams trying to go that way, right? Storm on Request, NTT, and it's going to get mighty crowded on all sides of this circle, because the west, even if it is more vacant, doesn't have as much playability either.
Michael nearly finds a friend to play with. So he rotates back towards that east side. And both for Team Bosch actually turn around and go back the other way. West really careful as I do thread the needle closely. Win or die. Pretty much in the centre. And this is what we talk about. These teams now sit on the outside edge. Team Kazakhstan. Sancho goes down towards a one-shot. Not able to get a conversion. And forget again. They would be cautious because the... Oh, hello. That's a potential opening if they know who they're fighting.
Oh, man. That's a tough one.
He knows.
Should have seen that knock. Should start to figure out. They maybe didn't properly know who it was, but Conf quickly sees it. You saw him. I think you saw the doubt when he pulled up. He didn't know which of the two players got knocked, but figured it out nice and fast. Figured out the opening, and now suddenly they have all the space, and they know they have a really weak team around them that they can try to bully more.
Yeah, even if their side, if they don't get the kills, they can push position a bit more, and they can hold on to a lot more zone. Obviously, we do hold on to the water with the update. It's obviously the same in the context that it doesn't have to affect it, especially with that 4 and 8 anymore. So we'll wait and see. Get a gang, take the opening now. Yeah, and they get moving. Bosch, obviously, is trying to get ahead of things, especially keep ahead of Michael as he does cut for the underpass. They should tie it back up. And they'll come back in on that sort of north side. There's a little bit of cover here. No Slack, though, have a wide split in the northeast corner. And actually, for Bosch, they might get exposed slightly.
Might be a setup here. Might be something to do for Kovalevi, even if he just shoots the last car, even if he just pulls one teammate over. His teammates so far are in a compound in the circle. We can see Scav and IEX are there, but Sata is already there to support. And once again, I've said this a few times and I'll keep saying it. If you can get yourself some free kills, you'll always take them, because you don't know what this phase 5, this phase 4 is going to do to you. So if there's a potential opening here, they will take it. And right now, that could have been maybe just locking down the coast. But they realize, okay, this team is doing their due diligence. They're scouting a little bit. Maybe it's not meant to be. I say that. Kovalevi immediately pulls back around. Do they know it's two teams? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think they do, but I think Bosch has seen the amount of cars. I think there's a question how they just jump the bridge and come in by Palace. Again, they don't have the information, but you'll take the gamble. Back towards the fight here. Freeside now getting involved. Not just one, but two from 80 will fall. Looking to try and get the conversions. Need to take their time. Will pop the grenade out on the other side. There's the first point on the board, though, for Freeside. And they're a full defense in fishing camp.
Good defense for now. Always want to make sure you lock in the points as well. Don't want to let those get stolen. Zubila falls on the other side of things. That is good for the leaderboard, one might say, but they are still alive and kicking. A tough spot to be in so early, though, Mark. This is a very playable spot, and you might be able to aggress the hillside later on, and you can already see multiple players digging with their pickaxes. But we've seen what mortars can do. We've seen Salik putting out a few mortars himself last game. If anybody spots them with a mortar and wants them out of the game, they're in deep trouble.
They will be in deep trouble. We can see Jogmanito a little bit over on the distance. They've lined up their defensive stance. Will die high ground on PGG just before. Guy, obviously in, I suppose, safety a little bit with Hosan. I think they're going to try and figure out exactly where Jogmanito are. Dig will find a quick kill confirm on towards Ghetto Gang. So again, they're under pressure, and that means they're going to start charging forward. And I worry that Ghetto Gang are going to run straight into, if not over, Win or Die into PGG.
Take a close look at what Noddy is doing there, by the way. Gets mortared, instantly hops in the car, drives a few circles. He just wants to make sure that he's ready to dodge whatever he can. And he doesn't want to do it on foot, because he wants to be hard to hit, right? So making sure to dodge these mortars, making sure they stay unscathed, as we can't say the same about Ghetto Gang. They are cleaned up, and Sata put another one on the board. That man is absolutely clean with it. Everybody was singing his praises before PNC, and you can see why. He's putting out the damage, and he's making it really hard for NWG to even get into the zone.
I think even before that, No Slack, kind of this team that's been running the circuit for some time, right? And they're now starting to come to light. I really like what I'm seeing from them, and there's an element of confidence. The only thing I'd say from the events we've seen, the first half of the year, they got ahead of the teams and they started looking backwards. What I want to see now is actually, guys, you deserve to be here. Get those points, lead the leaderboard, but charge forward. And it's just a mindset, especially where they work so hard to get to these positions.
Sure. It's Kovalevi is one of the one of the most nerdy guys about PUBG that you will find. One of the most analytical minds in the scene. He doesn't speak about it publicly much, right? But he has been analyst for a few top teams, and he's helped out FaZe Clan, for example, with software he's made to understand how circles work and how teams play and analyze other teams. And he's now putting that to work for him itself. GE Esports lose control a little bit here, but that's not all the worst thing. It's just how do they play out right now, and they would have loved to have their backs free, Mark, because now they're playing out into a tough territory with a team behind them in the blue.
Yeah, it is tough territory. Now for them, Entity obviously go for a full send as well. Fishing camp still remains. We still hold on to the water in the north. So again, a lot more teams are finding that position. Big John did take the rotation across the Broken Bridge and through Palace. So they are now, I suppose, entering in, as you can see them in that mini-map, on towards the fishing camp compounds. Storm request have to rotate in. Entity obviously do find a little bit of breathing room. Habibi will find Schengen, but Schengen gets picked up by Storm request because if you're not close enough, you can use the mortar and get more points on the board.
Not a great spot for no emotions, but a survivable one for now. Any blue zone that comes around makes your life a living hell. TMO has breached into win or die on the other side of things. They looked like they were winning the trade, but then there's a double nade. And just like that, they look worse for wear. Looking like it's a winning trade out for win or die. Justice has to pull up. Didn't immediately pull up with the team, and they get massively punished here. That's another single digit, another 1 point game for TMO, Mark. This is starting to hurt now.
We wanted consistency. We can't argue, okay? It's 1 point a game. Keep Mark and Co away. Win or die. They're down to 2. Up to 5 kills though. Smoke will go forward. That'll give Guy a little bit of information now, as they do have to find entry into the zone, but they will know there is blood to be had, but not quite sure. Flash will go over. The smoke will give them the opportunity to get a little bit closer. The boys will go on the top. CCI next though, ready with the grenade. He now enters into the smoke, having a look back towards that sort of or so southwest corner. He's just trying to get those sort of jump hops, but he just can't get the information if anyone's down by that shack.
They love this though. This is really good for G. Just that one player being flushed is so good for G. That's a nade. Hello. 210 out of the question. And that's a banger to flush as well. Utility once again, right? It's become so much more oppressive with TPP. And it's just so important to be landing your nades. Presenti, lucky that he didn't get his nade off as he got knocked. So he actually does live to see another day. Slow Jacket now will be healing through the blue zone. They're dancing, they're ducking and weaving, and they're hoping that nobody from the top third parties. This is what I meant earlier. Anything comes your way, this is a hard spot to hold.
Yeah.
They're barely getting away with it right now.
You should try and get that body back up. The smoke will help out at the moment. Zabila has to try and defend off multiple ankles. That spray will find an opening. Grenade will go back here. Floyd not out the fight just yet. Oh, it's not just one, it's one and done. Grenade comes in, and for PTG, good position to hold, but not for much longer. Zone shifts again towards that north side. We still hold on to the water, and it is phase number 5. So for Bosch, they're in a good position. Everybody else has to fight their way through the trenches.
Everybody else has to just scrap it out on the edge. The Diggers get a bit of work done, but Joga Benito has put themselves in between the circle and them. They've made another good rotate here. They've made another good shift, JB, and are now in a position to gatekeep a bunch of teams. G, on the other hand, they are moving out of their city that they've been holding for quite a while. They gotta make this move work. Otherwise, they will feel mighty bad about the game, because it's the first challenge that they're encountering. If they falter here mentally, that's really tough.
Oh my god. That's a tough grenade to dodge. Connect finds one. And I start to see light at the end of the tunnel. And that flash, though, there's definitely light back in the eyes of Guy Esports. Leosh
Good flash.
has to try and defend that flash. He's outstanding over. I think he has caught both. He's find one, but the spin not going to be enough. Win or die, falling 10th. And Guy Esports continuing to charge forward, but they don't get breathing room. The Storm request right up in front.
Someone request, good reaction, fast reaction on it, but don't quite manage to trade it out. Now Pozian loses the Panzerfaust, but doesn't decide to use it. Floris catches him off guard. And a good decision from Someone request, not rewarded because the execution just didn't work out. Floris stands tall, and GE finally gets something on the board.
Mary Digger's on a big split as well. Tech is holding out his own. Kristani will go down, and Tommy Bob will try and hold out Guy Esports back towards the, I suppose, the the holding of the zone, which is that fishing camp. We have full sense is here. Entity LC had that full send into this position. Now getting bullied slightly from the south side. Tommy Bob does find the final for Esports, though. Always will fall. Better game for them, but they take 7th place.
Good plays from the Gravediggers, honestly. I think they sent 2 across, making Joga Bonito think that was the whole team. That's how Tekkas was able to pick one up from behind. And they, at the same time, trade out Storm and Request. They're giving them not only a kill and a placement, but also a spot that is, I'd say, somewhat playable. At least they're living, right? So well done on the transition for them, and Bosch as well. Very slow approach, but very effective getting into this late game pretty much unscathed.
Does look unscathed at the moment. Played the zone well. 6 teams remain. We are in those placement points. We look to the skies because more mortar fire is inbound. No kills for them. It's all about late rotations in. They dropped by airport apart from Michael, who opted to drive the rally course. That is Tego. That molly is not bad. I think it's going to be just too short for Gravediggers. He actually does catch him in the end. It's actually the blue zone that does the damage from Slavin. And for Tommy Bob, he can only look at the downed body.
Can't do much about it. Circle is really good for Joga Bonito here. This phase 6 is absolutely brutal for the Gravediggers. It's brutal for Freeside, who are now looking to use that util, but bouncing off the tree is going to cost them, as they will not clear out the player in the dip. And once again, the blue zones we knew would have an impact, and we knew they'd be hard to deal with. But if they don't get the entries, they are looking worse for wear. Good damage on the nade. They now have to just explode. They have to go quick. They have to go fast. Because it's not just the one team they're fighting, Mark. There are other teams looking to do the damage onto them as well.
Yeah, they were lucky that first blue zone. It hits the dip and bounces the wrong way. Mava has to work his way around. Probably going to be down. Knows he's on the tree, but can't find the angles. Doesn't have the utility. Does go back to have a little look for it. Blue zone obviously will just dissipate. They'll give him the opportunity now to get some high ground. Crazy for Freeside, though. He's having a little sneaky look in. Doesn't find anyone that he wants to get shots on. And recoup, though. Makes the position, takes the high ground, but gets punished for it.
Such a tough fight. Such a tough fight to aggress into. Almost looks like Tommy Bob wants to get involved there. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you have an 8 in your hand. Everybody's bleeding. Everybody in this compound is just suffering. Everybody else on the map, that's a cheeky angle. Everybody else on the map is looking in to make this even worse. Nobody's going to come out here unscathed, Mark.
No, they're not. No slack, don't need to move. They can just look on this, try and pick up any kills they can. Obviously, for Big John, they're now getting the mortar fire ready, but I wouldn't expect it to be into this location. Obviously, cover has been provided. No emotions. Has to keep calm here. They're on the better side of zone, so for Freeside, unfortunately, don't have the Freeside. They're going to have to get moving, and the foxholes provide too much here, and the shots will come through.
Points gathered. Big rotation from NCT to out-rotate Freeside here and outlive them. Remember, they were not the first team to be here. Now Tommy Bob getting punished into the smoke means another 2 points coming their way, and a banger standing for them in this game. Very important points collected. Bosch still haven't made their move. Still just conservative on this northern side, but they're getting held down by a Slack that has lost a member, has lost firepower, but is still in a good spot to bring a bit of pain.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of elevation, haven't they? Obviously for Big John, they've got this little dip, but once they go over here, it's a flat plateau for them. So they might have wished maybe using the mortars for more of a defensive play will be the case. Zone does come back. No slack looks to go offensive with their mortar fire towards Big John. They're going to get the cars. They're going to get moving. It's zeroed into perfection, forcing Big John to make big decisions.
Big pull up, and that's a big player in the car. That should almost always be a frag. Yeah, Michael gets it down. He does not lose these. They have to close it out quick once again because there are more teams looking to do damage. Slavin already seals a kill, puts down Michael, who can't find where to go and what to do. And just like that, the big pull up is maybe even just a 2-point pull up, if even. Bosch really wanted to do something with it, but it was always going to be hard.
Well, I think we're lucky enough they actually get the zone, comes back their way. I'm interested to know if they've picked up for No Slack. The T-Bone remains. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hello.
That's not what you need. Well, C4 is going to be in play. Tommy Bob was a complete ride and die last time. Not going to be the case. Slaven favours his life. He rolls it downhill. And actually, the mortar fire stops it and does damage. But NTT gets whisked back into the blue and down he goes.
What? I want to see that from his POV. I want to see if he just crawled back to avoid a little bit of damage. But literally one blue tick is enough to take him down. That's even good for Bosch. That is really not what Slaven wanted out of this situation. He would have loved to take down maybe a kill point, sure, but hopefully one of Bosch in the process. Now they have had time to reset. I don't know how many smokes they have, Mark, but they're in zone. They could sit this one out and pose some real issues to Joga Bonito later.
Look, what I'm saying, they should have taken notes from Tommy Bob. He committed to the C4. He knew exactly where he was going to park it, but Slaven, as I said, favours his life. Mortarfire will now go up. That's going to expose T-Bone's position. He's trying to do some damage now for No Stack, forcing them back their way. The favour has been returned. They now sweep round towards this sort of south side. Joga Bonito has set up. The M249 does provide damage, but it's not enough as Sata says goodbye.
So much work there for Noddy. He couldn't get it all done. Slack making the move now, and the game is just falling into the hands of Bosch here, man. Because like we said, right? They just sit this one out, and now they know where Slaven is. They know he's got nothing to play, and they know where Slack is, who've just lost another member. This is looking good for Big John.
It's looking really good. Do they know where Slaven is? Have they picked up the tippy toes outside of the rock? I'm not quite sure.
They should know. He killed Michael from here. They
Does
don't
Michael
seem like they know. I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but they really should know.
It's Big Bosch is locked in. They obviously they've got the kill feed read. They know they're not fighting a 3-man. They know they're fighting a 2, and there'll be a solo somewhere. But you have to question, where is the solo? Maybe they think he's on the other side of the rock and he's just tucked in. But you'd expect the angle now from T-Bone to be exposing that. There you go. Yeah, that one there.
I think T-Bone's just told them or something. Novik was clearly not aware, but he's turned around now and he's realizing there was a window there for Slaven to do a whole bunch of damage, and that window has closed. I think
they tapped that
because in 6 seconds the zone starts moving, and then he'll be pretty much useless.
Oh my days! He
uses his window. He uses his window. He knows he has to get something done now. That's his only chance to do any damage. And he's making this somewhat doable. If this nade lands, if it's a banger, if it's a 100 damage nade, then suddenly this becomes somewhat doable for Slack, but they still got a mountain to climb.
There's a mountain to climb, or maybe a mountain to come off from, because the pedestal No Stack have been on has been high. Big John, only 1 kill at the moment, looking to try and get their confirmation. Looks like they're going to try and pop the shield, but obviously confirmation has been done. It is a 4 versus 2. Grenade goes through. Damage has been done. Michael wants to try and end this like one of the clips. He posts up. An aggressive starts from him. Flash will go forward. He's going to use the smoke as he'll go round the adjacent side and maybe have a look to see actually what's remaining in the car.
Quick check. He's cancelled the reload on the smoke launcher just to have an excuse to chill a little bit more. He doesn't want to go all that aggressive just yet. He just wants to hold. It's likely the right play. Just hurts a little bit every time you see someone use so much util to then not do anything with it. But they got this game in the bag. Their main job here is to not let Slack deny. And I think they've given them just enough hope to keep that from happening. Michael now with big damage could get a flash around the corner here. Gets flashed himself. And once again, Slack, 1 single more point from this position and they're already happy. They're already laughing. So anything they can get done is an absolute bonus. And there's Big John. Michael walks in. Close out the game. 3 kills is not a lot, but they got it done in the end.
No, let's not take anything away. Look at the rotation. Michael forgot to jump with the team. They jumped in airport. He jumped in Hosam prison. He rotated all the way around to the west side, or the east side. They went over the bridge and came in by Palace. No other team wanted to do that. The zone did favour them, but actually, Gravediggers bagging 7 kills. That's a good salvation game, especially from the 7 they had to do.
They didn't get these for free either. They worked pretty hard for them, and I really want to commend them on the rotation they did in these later zones around the Joga Bonito into Storm on request. Really well played by them. And a lot of teams really working hard for their points. They're Joga Bonito as well. We're used to them, right? Fighting for their points and getting it done. But they did a really good job this game.
Yeah, look, they've done well. PGG, obviously, I want to give a big shout. They actually dug in pretty strong. Unfortunately for them, it was an explosive ending. And a lot of teams left on the south having to kind of fight their way in. The zone continued to shift back towards the north. We held onto that waterfront, but when it came push to shove, it was Bosch, Big John, with a whopping 13 points.
Whopping 13 points feels pretty bad to say after a 28-point game, but yes, it's 13 points regardless, right? And they got the job done and they played it well. They didn't risk it at any time. It wasn't looking super clean when Slaven got Michael down on the trenches, or the sushis, I should call. We used to call them, but they got it done in the end. And they didn't risk it all that much. Shogo Bonito, usual stuff from them. Good fights, getting themselves into the late game by killing other teams essentially. But yeah. Teams that we haven't seen in the last weeks showing up as well, right? And No Slack, once again, consistently getting points on the board.
And Gravedigger, something you mentioned, returning, right? And then coming out of this game with 10 points, obviously the 7 kills and leading the charge. Obviously, no emotions, not too far behind them. I do want to, again, it pains me to say this because I know it's going to come up in the next one. I do want to go back to TMO. TMO, another 1 point, game after game. They're landing on 3 in the overall. This is just not what we expect from I'm going to call them a household name in the EMEA circuit.
I mean, for sure. And they're going to be really sad about this so far. But they've got 2 games to clean this up, to make it a worthwhile week, right? We saw this with Bosch, with Big John in the last week, where they didn't really participate until the last one, and then suddenly ended up with a 30-point day, which is super valuable. So anything they can get done is massive here. And they just have to keep their head down and put in the work. And I think they tried last game. They had a good strategy, and it just really, really didn't work out the way they expected it, especially the double nade just closed out their team fight immediately.
Yeah, look back, so over the other weeks, actually, we picked back up with Big John. Their first week was 24 points. So good to see they're obviously achieving that already here. So they'll be adding pretty much doubling up from that first. The second week, though, slightly better for them with 33. But again, that all came from that last game. Other teams for me, PDG, obviously, we know they're sort of top. Storm and Request having a much better week as they are putting points on the board for them. And arguably, this is their first time in this series. So they didn't do week 1, they didn't do week 2. So for 32 points, that's really kind of inserted them quite high up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, getting the work done when it matters. And I think, solid stuff from them. Like, they were looking really good. Even that game where, yes, they didn't really manage to clean up what they wanted to against Win or Die, but they made all the right plays, they made all the right choices. They wiped out PGG in a position where they didn't really have an advantage, right? They just cleanly fought them with the util. And really good stuff from a lot of our teams towards the top side. And yeah, like you said, some surprises on the bottom side of the scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely. And again, if I go back to that Storm and Request, right, they've not done week 1, they've not done week 2, and obviously before this game they're on 25 points, so that really puts them on 15th place, so they're already above the green line. But only a couple of places ahead of them is the Mythos, right? They're currently in 12th place with 36 points. So again, this game plus a couple more, you'd expect it to do really, really good. So I suppose let's have a quick look at the overall leaderboard and what am I waffling about, because it does really matter. And it does play into the fact if you haven't made it for week 1, you haven't made it for week 2, this is now the time to sign up, because it doesn't matter. If you come in like a Storm on Request, you actually are going to be putting points on the board, and they're catching up to that bottom line where the Mythos is sitting.
And they're doing a lot of catching up, while teams like No Slack and Kazakhstan, right, they're also putting their points on the board. They're also making their moves. Big John, same thing here. They don't have to do the catching up because they played the other weeks and they're putting similar amount of points, and they're just straight up locking it in. I think Big John at this point, you can almost call them locked in. And we can talk about how disappointing their week 2 was all we want, and we can talk about how this was only a 3-kill win, but they're essentially locking themselves in here. I think 81 should always be enough for that top 18 that we're talking about. So there's still a difference, right? There's still a difference between coming in late and making a stand for yourself. It works for Storm and Request here, but it's a lot easier when you're consistently getting into these weeks. That is about to change, though. You talked about it plenty. Week 4 and 5 are a little bit different in that regard.
Yeah, I spoke to Fuzzface, as I said before in the pre-show. One of the things he said, like, even with the 81 points, he was like, look, we're secure, we're happy. Yes, we're gutted, we've not made it in. But I'd even argue to say, he was saying they have a day 2 team for PC. I still am going to put them up there with potential day 1. So Again, we'll have to wait and see where the cutoff goes. For those that don't know, depends on where you finish your points. It's dependent on what day you enter it. The higher the points, the more chance you're going to have when it comes down to PEC. So a lot of these teams, one, are looking to get above the cutoff line. Objective one is what we're going for. But objective two is they want to enter into this 3 parts: day 1, day 2, or day 3. So these guys and girls at the top of the leaderboard are going to have more chances, because we've got to remember the regional partner teams will be coming to fight as well.
Yeah, and day 1 is massive. Day 1 is that I think is top 8 or top 7, I think it is. That is super big, and it's so much better. You get way more chances, but even if you don't make it in, even if you end up failing, right? You play so many more games at that top level. You play so many more games against the best that this region has to offer, and that is a lot of value in itself. If you're dedicating a lot of your time to become the best PUBG team that you could ever be, playing against the best is really just the most efficient practice you're gonna get. So day 1 is something everybody will look for. Some teams won't have a chance to get it, but everybody would love to lock in that day 1.
Yeah, look, and as Kara said, and for me, the only thing I'd add to that is you'd expect that day number 1 to be the best 16 teams that are there, right? So if you can hold your own against those teams, you're going to stand a better chance, especially going into things like the finals. If you do get through on day 2 and day 3, it's nothing to be shied away from. You just need to go back and do the research and figure out what didn't work out for you on that day 1. For day 2 and day 3, these teams don't get the opportunity. They don't get the flavor of what that kind of first lobby can bring. Well, we've got 2 more games here. The penultimate game, though, is coming right up, and it's out your condo. We're into Rondo again. Another really nice playing path. It's a southeast up towards the northwest. Please, oh please, do not give me a test track.
I also want to apologize to viewers. I tried really hard to find a different rhyme to Rondo so we could at least stop saying condo every single time.
Never.
Once per day, every single time. There really isn't a lot. There really isn't a lot of things
Bongos.
that rhyme with Rondo.
Yeah, get your bongos out. It's time to Rondo.
Bongos and Rondo is not a rhyme, Mark. I'm sorry. That's not a thing. Eminem can maybe pull that off, all right? I don't think we can.
That's a Martinism. I'm going to give him credit for that one. I quite liked it. I thought it was kind of cool there. There you go. Let's see what chat has to say, though. What would you rhyme with Rondo? Let's just try and throw it in for week 4 and week 5. For this one, all these teams are pretty much out. There is a potential hot drop between AT and GE Esports, though, as they're looking to go mid-pack. But this is a dangerous compound to be fighting out, and arguably it's one of those ranks.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one as well. There's so many angles to control. There's so much close range, close quarter combat, right? We already see the guns. You have a pretty good idea of what city you're in when you see these guns. You see MP5, Uzi, shotgun, JS9 all being immediately collected, immediately being acquired, because they are absolute forces in these close quarters. And then you take an AR for long range, right? You don't really need a DMR in these fights. If you get an AR for long range, that is banging. Flourish finds the opener, and Hero is gonna be in a very important position because he is the one that stops the left side flank for GE. But having this opener is already just massive for GE.
You say the long range. The only thing I can say is long range to the zone. The zone has gone very late. We do hold on to a smidgen of test track, but we are far in Narnia from this position. So both these teams need to get this clear quite quickly.
And if I was a gambling man, I'd say they won't. This is really, really hard. And there's a lot of mistakes that you can make. You overstep a little bit. You overpush a little bit. Suddenly you get backstabbed by the rest of AT, right? So power in numbers is the way to go. And aggression when you have a knock is also the way to go, but they weren't able to achieve this. They tried to get the flush and couldn't, and now they're just stuck almost back in the same spot they were in earlier.
Go on quick, as you're a gambling man. AT or GE Esport, who's getting out of here alive?
AT.
Okay, AT. I'll go GE, just for the fun. GE on the charge. They're working through. They're going to try and get the hole. The Uzi going to be there. The shotgun, though, expels, but not the damage that is to be expected. CCI next, looking to try and stack and go. Remember, if you go for the breach, you've got to go past, though. But, oh, my God, he did get the off angle, and AT open things up.
He's caught now, though. Surely, right? Caught, cleared, surely in a matter of seconds. Miss Your Voice finds one, though. It's absolute carnage on both sides. But AP is looking better for it. And they are putting in the pain. Baron's position is known. He will get pushed down. And it's a 3v1.
It's just how well they played the crossover. They made the charge, Esports, up the stairs, and they didn't expect to have that back window. Unfortunately for them, they will now fall. Baron goes for the 8 times, and the 8 times doesn't fit on the shotgun. So we'll have to wait and see what he does with that. But for now, he has to try and force 1 versus 1s.
Just don't give it to him. Just don't give him the 1v1s. There's Hero.
GG's.
Comes around. Superior team succeeds. Superior analyst succeeds on his gambling adventures. And they will
He's doubled up. He's doubled up, chat.
There will be a team to move into the zone from here. They will get the reset. They will get the revive close by. One thing you can do here is if you're a team that's close by and you hear this hot drop, a lot of teams will immediately go camp the res station because they know there's a good chance for a res either straight north or in the one that's sort of singled out in the field next to Neox factory. But we can see on the map that nobody is engaging in that right now, and we can also see on the map a lot of teams are really taking their time with this, Mark.
Yeah, I think this zone is so far north. They are questioning where do they kind of enter in and at what time. I really like what we saw from Big John taking that higher position. T-Bone is up there already. And again, it's an area where we see it sort of pull across towards the east. But again, we'll have to wait and see. NWG trying to park the vehicle, but that's going to be a tight fit. I think the paint job won't be the best. He does have a quick look at the damage done. Might be an insurance claim, but they are going to load up that vehicle.
No insurance fraud on this stream. I'm looking at the map feed, and like I said, I'm a little bit surprised how slow a lot of these teams are taking it. And then I'm also starting to worry again about TMO. We just see them crossing into these areas here. We see the Gravediggers in a rather central spot, flexing out, realizing that there's a lot of space ahead of them. And then a very separated TMO cruising on through the insides of Bosch. A Big John, a team that can really play without a ton of pressure behind them, right? Can play really aggressively if they want to. So that's always a scary sight if you're cheering on a team. And there's a baby making the last one to cross. As one thing you should pick up if you want to play Rondo effectively is where can I just drive through the water? Because there's a ton of these spots, Mark.
Yeah, there is a lot. I think you alluded to the point that, again, I think just reinforcing with TMO, that rotation, they're so split. If they get exposed, I know they were going through the middle of Bosch, right? But any team they get exposed, that means they're down bodies. And that means they're playing this game as a 3, maybe even as a 2. So on these rotations, especially for an area you don't really know, you kind of want to maybe miss the rocks, but at least tighten up and keep those cars really close together.
Yeah, I would agree. But there's also a reason why we're casting and we're not playing, right? So
yep, I would have been charged. If you can't play,
I think we're right. I think we're 100% right. But maybe we just don't know some of these things.
What for casting and not playing? Either way, we've got a lot more information, haven't we? We can see top down, so we see the danger they're in. They wouldn't have that information that they're threading the needle. They eventually do tighten up, but they've tightened up to a 3-1. Just as is stall driving.
Yeah, just trying to do all the scouting for his team, trying to do a lot of the groundwork for the squad, and he's going to get them into a good position here. He's going to get them deeper into the zone. Jogo Bonito have made landfall very central as well. Very nice spots for Jogo Bonito, a 2-2 split. And they do send FS away. FS not super interested in 2 players on this hilltop. They think that's enough to defer them. But at the other side of the map, this is what we've been talking about. And this is Habibi now. Not in trouble, but he's getting scouted. And Bosch will know, well, there's not a lot of presence here. We're not maybe sure, okay, there's a second guy. Maybe we should play this one slow. They will play it slow because they have more teams coming in on their east. But once you're exposed as a solo, once you're known as a solo, you can very quickly get in trouble.
You can. And you can try and do the same. Bosch obviously collapsing down, maybe trying to take some of that hard cover, so you thread the needle in front of NTT and they will find it. Obviously the rest of them are on the adjacent side of town, which we do see a lot of fighting happening. The rest of these teams though are starting to work their way in. Bunaldai come on that sort of south side, Team Kazakhstan doing the same as well. 18 recalled, and Mad Negative though gets a little bit of a leapfrog as he's able to pick up Ninox Factory quite early on for his team.
60 players, 15 teams. literally just lost the hot drop. And there it is. There's the damage coming into Habibi. And there is the breach immediately after. Has he even got the first hit off? Yep, barely gets it done. Aris has to group. Vaso on the high ground. Could spell absolute disaster, but it's Aris that does the first bit of the work. And that's a big and important entry. Habibi gets his as well. And there is the clinch now. The crunch, I should say, from both sides. And everybody on TMO getting their part of the work done means a nice and easy 4 sweep. Aris lets them know as well before he even gets the medkit off. But these are 4 points that they needed so desperately, Mark.
It is, and they actually do hold on to the outside edge, but it's a 50-50 dance. They clear well, so these points have doubled them up and actually gave them a +1. Zone obviously shifts away. The guys have to get looted and rolling. It does play back towards the center, so the river will divide. Bosch still hold that higher ground. Nice play, just as though, again, thinking ahead. Dig already there, and for no slack on the screen though, they are on that west side, but they're on the south side of this island. So I think there's a divide. I think some of these teams will remain on the south and not look to commit. I wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe teams try and split also, if they can.
If you can, you do. But can you get away with it? Is somebody going to punch you for it, right? Not everybody can play the best spots in the circle. And if you get a really good spot on one side, you're probably already happy with that. So it's super interesting to see how other teams adapt to these. It's always a numbers game, right? Are we playing for one crazy good game if it goes south, or are we playing for a mediocre game no matter where it goes, right? There's always these calculations going on. There's always these guesses going on, and everybody has their own answer to these questions. Kazakhstan right now, they're under pressure. They're under fire. They get the reses back up, but it has cost them quite a bit of time. Maybe even it has cost them some vehicles here as they're surrounded by multiple teams. But they are at least in, and they can breathe for a little bit.
Let's see if they can breathe a little bit more. It is phase number 2. Jogo Benito obviously have moved in. Will die playing that south side, but there is a little bit of a dip that carved out by the road. So we'll find safety. And now a team that won't find safety though is No Slack as they go storming up to NWG. Grenade goes out. Can't bunny hops over. They've got to be so careful. They're in a bit of a kill trap.
They're walking into the blender, but they're just individually clean with it. Shata, unknown here. Oh, he nails him down. What is that?
Oh, it goes down eventually. NWG got to be cautious. They did set the trap, but the trap wasn't set accurately for No Slack. Bodies will fall both sides. NWG go for that reposition now. And obviously for No Slack, they need to get bodies back up and fighting as quick as they can.
Alicia playing with fire there as well. He needs to get that flush, but if he gets knocked in the process, that swing door wide open for No Slack. Now, position's known. Gotta be careful where you're going, Scav. Oversteps. Punished immediately, and now they might try to get re-aggressive on this, right? They have the Panzerfaust. They still have a knock bleeding out there. Don't mind me. That is a flush. Fair and square, but they would love to finish this fight out whenever they can, Mark.
Yeah, it's phase 2. Well, that's a mortar. That's been sent up. One if that hits. It'll be an outstanding clip if it does. Here we go down. No, it's gone missed. It's missed. A bit too far. I like it. A for effort. No Slack will fall. And now they can get the blue chips and go to a recall station a little bit more to the west.
That would have been a crazy
hell yeah.
By the way, shout out to observers for being fast on that. Not a lot of observers would have made that switch. A big, huge, massive observer team like we have on the global events would have probably been too slow to do that. So well done by the guys to try and catch that. But unfortunately, it goes into absolute Narnia. Circle centers up very close to the water. And now the only team that's really splitting is TMO. And they're looking to be in massive spots here, but once again, they'll have to be so careful once aggression comes in.
Do they stay with this? Like, surely you look at the south side as like they're favoured, but I'm with you. Like, maybe get away with one more zone, but if it shifts away, can they get away with a migration when that zone hits phase 3? Well, we're going to find out. PGG working their way in. They're going to come underneath Ghetto Gang here, though, but Ghetto Gang find himself in a position to Conf does find Zubida, though. Sadik, though, going to be coming right behind as he gets past Presenti, though, with a Pico bust, though. It's not quite enough to sneak underneath the line of sight, but he finds cover in the trees.
For now, they haven't made landfall yet. They haven't consolidated yet. They might be sailing into more teams down the line. For TMO, I think yes, they stay. Kazakhstan on the other side, they are getting met by PGG just cruising on through. Sancho finds one, gets the flush as well, and PGG is bleeding away. I think it's just one left standing. It's just one that actually made it through the blender here. Slow Jacket in the middle of the zone, now getting peppered from range as well. not looking good for our, I don't want to say favorites, but definitely the most flashy team so far.
Yeah, Slow Japit went for the high road. He took the emergency pickup over the top. Rest of the guys went through the blender, but he finds himself in the center of a zone, an area which you'd expect teams to be looking at, and maybe Storm on request will be looking at that as well, as they do go up and over also. 80, they're on the south side here, just keeping an eye on things, and I think Storm on request are going to land bang on Sloy. Jocko Benito might try and line things up as they will hit the firing squad on this.
Gotta get the nade out, gotta get a lot of nades out, gotta get out anything you can before you explode yourself. Molly comes on in, the blue zone's big, the blue zone does a lot of damage, and the blue zone is really not helping you here, guys.
That's Jocko Benito's, right?
That's Jocko Benito.
Yeah.
I was wondering where that came from. I was getting a little confused there. That was actually insane util work from Jocko Benito. They don't get rewarded all too much. It's other teams stealing away the kills. But Zizzle gets away with a sliver of HP.
He might be able to take that position as well. He's not the only one. There is one further afield. T10 opted not to take that fight and maybe saw light taking cover elsewhere. Big John has had big ideas, and those big ideas have been holding the high ground. Michael looking towards TMO, looking to try and expose it. I think they've heard the cars rotating around. No, it's going to be there. Michael, grenade in hand, and for Force, well, they hit the Force at the moment, but they make a complete stop, and they turn back the other way against Big John.
Gotta go somewhere. Gotta fight someone, gotta do something, right? At some point, the pressure just mounts, and you have to get something done. Mortar for cover or for aggression? It's for aggression, but Aris gets out of dodge nice and cleanly, looking to get a smoke out, maybe dig a few more holes. CMO have shifted over. They've given up the north, and a team with double reses, NWG, is the team that actually gets themselves that position. Why? Because they have two birds in the air just scouting the entire map for them. So possibly the best spot or second best spot in the circle now, up to a team that was a duo just seconds ago.
I feel like Michael's doing maths. Yeah, he is. And, oh, no, back the other way. Too far. He's come back slightly. She's going for that kind of storm request, but that is a full send. There goes the final two. Michael now loading in towards the vehicle. And yes, a little bit too far out. Might pick up a Habibi in the second one. Nope, not going to be the case. TMO able to stay in the gully.
Justus doing just what we saw Noddy do in the last game as well. Immediately hopping in the car, getting out of the dips, staying alive. Doesn't waste the smoke as well, right? A lot of teams will use that strategy of just smoking out and running out into the smokes, but it's a lot slower and it does cost resources. So a mix of both strategies can often be the way. Ghetto Gang, they need to fight on the edge. They need to fight their way on in, because if they're playing down, they're getting peppered from across, and if they're walking up, they're into the open arms of Layers and the rest of Win or Die. They've got to decide for one of two evils, and if they don't make that decision quick, then time might just tear them apart.
Time might tear them apart. A bit like Freeside just got torn apart by AT. They're on a bit of a worldie here, as they are able to pick up more kills. Man negative though, the sacrifice. We picked up one more time. Hero though instantly in that position, trying to stop that push from Jocko Benito. So good play from them. Team Kazakhstan, they have to work their way in on that west, and I don't know exactly if Digger knows the positioning, but Jocko Benito always ready to take a bite.
Always looking, always hunting. This is a position that they're kind of born for, I'm going to say, right? They are on that high ground, and they can rotate around and look for aggression anywhere around them, and they love to do that. Now, they have to be really careful to not overstep, because once you're on the top of the hill, once you are the king of the hill, anybody finds a knock towards you, they will come looking for more, and Kazakhstan is doing just that as well. As they hear the fight heating up, as they hear AT coming in, they're looking to third party.
Store water in the north, so third party is open. Force does find T-Bone on that confirmation. They're on the south side as they have to collapse slightly. NWG to remain on the north. Diggers remain on the north. Jocko Benito remain taking the fight. Kristani finds Digger as he is low, but not low enough. Zone shifts back down towards the south. We are giving up most of the water. Jocko Benito looking to try and clear and flush out.
Good anchor play from Kristani, proning at the car, waiting for anything to come his way. Just uses patience and the PPP vision to make sure that his team's back is safe. But looking at the circle mark, it's going to heat up, and it's going to heat up fast, because almost nobody has a playable spot inside. And once again, it's the Util coming in from the top. It's Hoba opening things up against Win or Die. A fight that Kazakhstan doesn't desperately have to take, but they still will.
I like the kind of leapfrogs on either side, the kind of counter plays. Digger trying to take on Ghetto Gang trying to take on Kazakhstan trying to take on Joga Bonito. Everyone fighting for position. That's a good nade. Bounces off that Dorito, doesn't quite get the knock, but puts Brightside down to 1. Haristo needs one more, but they've already expelled it. Leosto moving around the other side. They caused the problem, and for Ghetto Gang, they get a bit of a pass now as they've entrenched themselves in.
Still nowhere near playable spots in the zone, right? Still getting peppered from across the map. Still win or die, laying in wait for them. Kazakhstan on its other side. Not a good time. If they could at least take out Tommy Bob, they would have some reprieve from their side. But Tekkas is making this so hard, and the split approach for the Gravediggers is working wonders.
Yes, Tekka's holding them together, right? I know he's outside the zone. You've got to question how he gets in, but he's really keeping these guys alive. They need to try and get the U2 in. They have a bit more. Ghetto Gang, though, losing bodies now from when they die as they breach over their trench and now work their way in. Extends, though. Try to extend into that. But got shot in the back by Joga Bonito. And again, it's this round-the-robin effect that we're having in the West.
I heard something beeping there. I thought I heard a C4, but it doesn't matter. They just charge on over and clear things out by themselves. That being said, while they clear things, they've lost everyone in the process. Exton stands up, and he's not going to be long-lived either. Everybody is absolutely torn to shreds on this western side. And it's just Tekkas, the lone anchor, that is living, but I don't know for how long.
Does he go really late here? I suppose NWG are going to hear the shots from their side, so they'd expect it. Big John there, the Pico Busto has the level of speed that it's going to do. Do find him. Now we're looking for that confirmation. They do get that as well. So NWG obviously leaving it quite late now to cross. They had to go underneath. This might try and help out with Tekkas, but actually Joga Bonito eyes on, and it's going to be down. Slaven does find him. Great grenade though from Nitro. That had an injection to it.
Yeah, looking for the flush as well, looking to confirm this nice and fast. They were a little bit more grouped, they were a little bit more ready for Big John here. Maybe they could have avoided losing a member, but they weren't. The nades are good, and Nitro's on the swim, and I don't know if Kolya knows. I don't think he does yet, but he's seen him now, and that's bad news, bears for Nitro. That's him out in the blue, out of the game. Kolya is making at least a bit of a stand, but Michael's nowhere near to help.
Yeah, Michael can't extend down as well. TMO, they're on the, I suppose, the pinpoint of this mountain, looking down towards this one. So Michael trying to find an angle. And TMO, Habibi gets some great shots on towards him, pushes Michael back. Again, exchanges some more his way. Big John have to play this as solos. Salvation in points.
Yeah. 100%. Michael as well. Like, he can't go anywhere. The nade back is good, but Kolya is found on the other side of things. So it's just Michael left for Big John, and it's TMO that knows this as well. They have kill feed on this 100% of the time. They know where Michael's going. They've spotted him out, and they are taking him down. That is their edge a little clearer. There is one pressure point removed, but they still have full force right on their side, and then they know that they have NWG coming in on the north. They would love to sweep the north, but I think they kind of just have to lay in wait, hold their ground, and then move towards Joga Bonito late.
Yeah, salvation game for them. Good play. See that on the 4, so holding that ridge line, making sure the back is covered, able to sort of peekaboo over the top. TMO on the other side doing the same. That survivability on that 2-2 split. We was always worried about that rotation in, but they've able to find themselves now in mid-game. We are in placement points. 6 teams remain. NWG, obviously, maybe TMO's next victim. We'll have to wait. 7 kills for them. Really strong position.
Uh-oh. Can they just creep up here? Is TMO ready for this? They need to be, right? They have to be. But they will get mighty busy with trying to live and trying to get into zone and now trying to res. Justos might pay the price here. They're just not ready for anything coming their way from this side. That's the door wide open. Hate to say it, but everybody on the map knows that TMO is now down to just 2 active, and that's gonna send Shix at least looking, at least feeling it out for a little bit. Oh, yeah, Kalisia's angle is nuts.
Trying to figure out where they are. Oh my. They need to figure them out when other people are firing mortars at them. Another one though into the gully.
Kalisia's
in the car. He's gonna find the cover. Looks up, he prays up first and foremost. 1, 2, done. A BB cleared out. And for TMO, oh my god, it's been catastrophic.
Absolutely catastrophic. Vaso now just cruising into a solo as well from Storm on request, and TMO, it's a game where they start so well. They do so much well, and then they just completely crumble in the late game. I'm not sure if they weren't aware that NWG could make the move, or they just forgot about the possibility of it. But they would have loved to just get another few placements, another few kills, something done on the northern side of things. It's not a bad game, but it could have been an absolute banger if they played it a little bit more cleanly.
Even confidence alone, right? Getting the confidence to get into the 6th place here, that's what you want. Grenade will rule out as it rolls further down. Storm request out in a bunker, in a position, able to make the opportunity to get nearly another one up towards 3. NWG 10 kills, even tabbing out here in 5th place. This is a victory game for them. Again, a team that is first in when it comes down to the weeks. He's seen the shield, knows he's there. Molly goes up and towards the corner over the shield. Oh, he comes out of the roof on the other side. GG's. High IQ play. Been PUBG'd.
Unlucky. Zizzo's... Yeah... Okay.
He's done himself? GG's.
See, I was confused about the blue zones earlier. I thought they were blue zoning themselves earlier. Now he's actually gone and done it. It was a double blue zone too. I'm not sure what the play here was. Did he maybe... I don't think there was a blue zone in Shix's inventory, right? So this was a double self blue zone?
Maybe he didn't have the holes in the roof that they had the other way around. Maybe the floorboards had been tightened up and finished. But whatever
I have a lot of question marks in my head. That's all I can say.
Whatever you can say, he's out in 5th place. Top 4 though. Force have played this one with a level of force and aggression on the south side. 4 remain for them. Jog Benito down to 3, 80 on 2, and we round things out on 1 with NWG. So 4, 3, 2, 1. It is up and ultimate game. Match number 4. 1 more remains after this.
1 more remains, and a lot of teams still want to make a stand. A lot of teams really haven't had the chance. AT looking okay right now, but looking really tough to get out of this compound. Slavin's going to cook the nade whenever the zone closes. No, wants to let it rip now. Wants to start things off early. Has the terrible habit of cooking every nade he ever throws, but the molly is super good. The molly you can't cook, so it does land. Noddy will get that bit of damage in, and they make it really hard here for AT to get out at all. And even though they might not find the knocks here, they will make it almost impossible for AT to become a threat.
Yeah, they're outside of zone. AT, give or take, just about inside zone there. 1 more blue zone, which they've got. Slaven goes for the molly, doesn't opt for that blue zone to double up. Molly goes for that reposition himself. A couple of smokes. Got to be cautious though. I am watching that map feed. What point does Force go? Do you know what? We've got a lot of this zone. We can hold both these teams out.
I'm also not sure what the game plan is for Jogo Bonito, because they weren't never under any real pressure from AT, right? But they've thrown a lot of util before AT had to move. So that blue zone from earlier, that nade, that Molotov, kind of all gone to waste. And while they might get the kills now, and they might land a banger nade here, and it looks cool, that is all util that they would have needed against Force later on, right? So
it's stolen.
Being stolen by a mortar is crazy. The mortar kill steal. But I'm wondering where that util could have gone later on, because Jogo Bonito had a real chance of winning this game and still do, but they will have a big fight ahead of them.
It was the double up for the blue zone for me. They got 1, it was doing really well. It was the second one they didn't throw out until later. They waited for it to dissipate, they made it back up, and they threw another single blue zone. One of the biggest things you can do with them is double stack them, or already stack them on the back of a grenade. So we'll wait and see. That mortar is coming in pretty thick and fast. Not only going to try and get underneath it, use the smoke where he can, but again, expending a lot of utility here for maybe 1 more kill.
I mean, it's a kill in the placement, right? He's kind of playing for 2nd place, but now he's risking the entirety of the game and really throwing away any chance at a win here. I'm wondering what was in their heads, because these guys are smart. These guys are not silly, right? They have a clear game plan here. I just wonder what it was. I wonder if it was against AT, or if it was just like they felt hopeless to win the game, so they wanted to make sure they lock in 2nd place and all the kills that come with it.
Or they want to practice clutching out a 2 versus 4. Just hashtag just saying. It could be a big brain plays here. We'll have to wait and see. They have to clutch out a 2 versus 4. Grenade goes over towards the top. Mortar fires have finished up. Sloy taking that wide angle position. So potentially the weakest chain in the link. But they have to get the knock, and the grenade store come rolling in.
Looking really tough here. Mindset can direct these nades pretty well. Here's Slavin, knows every one of Slavin's moves. Slavin might almost catch one here, but now he's overstepped, and he does know there's a player behind him. Even if he gets this for free, they should have a player in their back, and there it is. At least one comes out. Sloy in a banger spot to close this as well. This should be impossible, but it's very disjointed from Full Force.
Yeah, he's going to want util, and Dunner hasn't got it. He's going to step up. Full Force, though, will provide the full force in the end. It's an 8-kill, 18-point game. But my, oh my, NWG. It was interesting how they conquered, how they came from the north, and then going out at the very, very end. Arguably a great penultimate game.
And keep in mind, they were down to 2. They had 2 of these reses fly in, scout the position for them, and then they were able to mount an absolute banger from the north and not only get points for themselves, but they stopped Big John in their tracks. They annihilated TMO where they really had no right to. They really had no position or numbers advantage to do that, but they completely rolled them. And that is not a game that you should get away with, but they did. But just cleaning it up on the northern side looked really, really solid.
Remember, they're cleaning up as well, and I remind everyone, this is the first time they've been able to get through to the finals on Saturday. They have competed, but unable to close out. So first time for them putting points on the board. That scoreboard, though, after match number 4, Full Force do claim it with 18 points. Jocko Benito able to clutch on to 14, but NWG 14 as well. 80, been a level of consistency now coming from them, as from the hot drop, they continued those kills rolling and find themselves in 4th with 13 kills.
Yeah, and once again, the hot drop makes a massive difference here, right? That's half their kills they got in the entire game, and it's such a nice boost. Any teams you get in the early game are just such a massive boost to your game, and we wouldn't be talking about PGG having a bad game if they had 4 points here and they were in 8th place, right? So we wouldn't even mention them. So that 0 pointer looks so much worse. TMO, good game points-wise, right? They finally get something going. But I think they're still mighty unhappy. We talk about them a lot, of course. A team that's really interesting to me, but they're not going to be happy about how this game went at all. Mentally, that wasn't a good game for them, I think.
I suppose this is a team that has done a circuit already and also doing these weeks. They got to look bad. They didn't qualify for week 1. They qualified for week 2. And I suppose what they've put on the board is 34 points. So when you get back in, I think there's an expectation that you're going to get in and around those 34 points. At the moment, the PUBG gods are not favouring that. They have moved up, but they're up to 11. Storm and Request will still hold the top with 38. But the same can be said. PGG 52 week 1, 56 week 2. At the moment, yeah, they fell short there, but that does take them off that point average.
It sort of does, yes. I think we'll see what they do in the last one, right? We'll see how they perform here in the end, but they're also almost completely out of the conversation for a lot of this because they're already qualified, right? They're already good, so they might be playing for different goals, and the same is true for Jocko Benito. I question a little bit what they did in the late game there, but it really doesn't matter because they're clearly good enough and they clearly deserve their spot on the leaderboard, and they show it week after week that what they do works. So criticize them all you want, or criticize them all I want. It doesn't really matter. They are locking themselves in.
Well, they're locking themselves into what we say. Well, it is the qualifying route, obviously the cups. So for PEC and for PAS, depends on what region you are, you're competing through the scrims to get to the cups. And when you compete in the cups and you finish off on Saturday, the final 5 games, yes, there is money, but more importantly, your points will be uploaded to the overall cup leaderboard. If you stand at the very, very top, currently 1st and 19th, you will find yourself, though, in the regional playoffs, an opportunity, a chance, like Team Nemesis, to be able to qualify through and find yourself on a LAN. So it is completely possible. You just need to compete. As we say, PGG already looking for that qualifying spot already, but it's this midway gap. That's what I'm really interested in. Aurora has been a bit of a hit and miss. Storm and Request first time coming in. NWG first time coming in, and a return of Gravediggers again find themselves above that cutoff line.
They find themselves above the cutoff, but they will have to keep putting in work, right? They cannot slow down from here. They're barely on pace to make it into that top 18, and that means that they're not really happy and stable where they are, because missing 1 week would already probably put them out of that top 18 and make things a whole lot tougher. They've got more games to come. They've got more chances to put these points on the board. But once again, consistency is one thing, but it's either or, and we see both strategies. I don't want to say strategies, but we see both outcomes working for teams here.
Yeah, and look, and obviously they have to get him, and I think that's part of the strategy. And this is the last hurdle. I didn't even say it's a hurdle to get over. It's the last 5 games to obviously get a confirmation, and it is that cutoff line that we are looking for. Obviously, higher up on that leaderboard side of things, we have seen obviously teams potentially like the PGGs, Jock Benitos, Big John now working. They are teams that have been here every single week at the moment. Any trolls in chat are missing today, as they fell short though on that second day, but again, the sort of 80-81 points, you'd expect these teams to sort of insert themselves into I suppose that day one. It really comes down to sort of week 4, and for week 5 it's all about looking at the potential, actually who's going to take the win, because if you do win week 4 or you do win week number 5, you're instantly securing your spot to day number 1 for the playoffs. So again, you'd expect those teams at the very, very top, thank you very much for production, you expect those teams at the very, very top that have competed on week 1, 2 and 3 with these high cup leaderboards to maybe take one of those spots. But I can tell you, it wasn't the case when it came down to spring.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wild card. Everybody can win a cup. I feel like there's a lot of teams in this lobby that are good enough to win a cup if they get dealt the right hand, right? There's a lot of variance in these games, and I'm not just talking about circle luck. I'm also just talking about daily form, how you're feeling on the day, how the teams around you are playing. Sometimes you can sort of get gifted in a PUBG game, but it doesn't have anything to do with the circles. It's just everybody around you wants to shift in different directions, or maybe all the teams you meet are already weakened, and there's tons and tons and tons of variables like that. So if you hit a really good day, a lot of teams that are in this lobby right now can win one of these lobbies 100% of the time.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit of luck. You did argue, obviously, that week it's the best 16 teams that arrive, but some of those PUBG circles can be chaotic. Obviously, that was the penultimate game. We got one more game left to grab before, as you say, we draw that line underneath and then upload all of those points. So again, if you think you've got what it takes, you just need to get onto the website, put your team in, and then start competing in the scrims. They'll kick things off every single Monday. You got to get through those lobbies all the way through to Saturday.
And even if you don't make it, even if you don't become a big star on the global stage, it's still the most fun PUBG that you can play for a lot of people. If you really like PUBG, there's nothing like competitive. It is a completely different ball game. It is so much harder and so much more exciting. I think for a lot of people, PUBG used to have that insane feeling when you would win a game, and that kind of goes away the more you win. Competitive brings that right back. So definitely, at least consider it, right? Bring up a couple mates, try and play some of the scrims, see how you feel. And even if you don't end up winning, even if you don't even enjoy it, at least you'll understand better what these guys are going through, because it looks a lot easier when you're watching from the sidelines. I can tell you that much.
All right, it's definitely adrenaline rush playing in competition lobbies, I can tell you that. Cole, let's talk. Obviously, you are a big name and player and coach in the scene, and also content creator. We have to be very honest with that one, because you are up there with the S tier. You are a team that has been competing for the last 3 weeks. You're on top of the leaderboard. Would you take the break week 4 and week 5 if you know you're qualified? Or I know you said you want to get the reps in, but is it a case of getting the reps in and getting the win and just securing your spot, or is it you just playing just to keep that kind of I suppose the warm fingers, should we say, on the leaderboard?
I think you have to have a good reason to not play. There might be some real life stuff, right? A lot of these guys have jobs or are studying, they have exams coming up, they might be helping out the family, whatever there is in the real life, and there are good reasons to skip, because you're not just skipping the cup, you're also skipping 3 evenings throughout the week, right? And you can argue that the cup is really good practice for a lot of these teams. I don't think that you can argue that a day 1, for example, is really good practice for a PGG or for, like you said, you keep mentioning Nemesis, all those kind of big names. So you have to have a good reason to skip, but if you do, then I think it's absolutely fair to skip. That being said, if you're just skipping it because you don't feel like playing it, I think you're just missing out, because scrims are also a lot worse on the days where the practice scrims are way worse on days where PEC scrims are on, because a lot of the good teams are in these tournaments. So you're really just throwing away days, and if you want to be the best at what you do, then throwing away time, throwing away practice is not something you see anyone successful do.
There you go. Had it from yourself. Head coach, Koho, no excuses. Get yourself into practice. Flight path though to practice for this one, and it is the final game here for PEC Full Cup week number 3. Sorry, match number 5 is an east across towards a southwest. So this time, not quite a favourable zone as expected. We do tease towards that military. We are having a running joke with those PGS at the moment. The last game seems to have a chaotic circles. But for now, we will just wait for 1 more second. And when it's exposed, it does go military. Oh my God, we've got PGS. I know where this is going, people. Quick, get across the island.
Yeah, because it went there once. It has to go there again, right? That's how randomness works. We all know what's going to happen now.
Tell us. They tell us it happens that way. No, it could go anywhere. To be fair, Koa is right.
I hate to be a party pooper. All right, I understand it. I get it. It's just very, very human. But you see teams fall for it a lot, and you see teams get punished by it because they just feel like they have to go for the same spots, and they see a team winning out of a spot, right? They see that it works, so they feel like they have to reproduce it. And a lot of the times, no PUBG game is the same. No PUBG game is played the same way. There's different teams coming across the bridges at different timings, different teams finding an EP, different teams finding a BRDM, right? So every game is different. But if you do find an EP, I think you're always insta-popping this in a zone like this.
Well, Team Kazakhstan has taken your wisdom as they have instant popped their one. They'll be working their way over. No Stack obviously already on the military island. Benito back on form, take the early aggression as it is a long drop towards their location, both with them and Gi Esports. So they'll take advantage to see if they can capitalise. Oh, easy. He's in the open. Slap it. We've only got 30 shots. Make it happen. There we go.
Last bullet there, but it gets the job done. Noddy was there as well. And that's back-to-back that GEE get punished by their neighboring team. And I don't want to flame them for it. Nothing further from that. I just explained to chat how much harder it is to play in these lobbies than it looks. But it feels really rough when you are landing right next to a team that is already qualified, has no pressure on their backs at all. And then you're also splitting yourself so thin that they can just take 1v1s or 1v3s and 2v4s. It doesn't feel like a super consistent strategy, and I hope that they revisit that in the future.
Especially for your first weekend, right? I think that's the key thing. Benito has that consistency. Freeside, another team entering in as they will enter in towards Military Island. Take the vehicles as they now work over on that west bridge. It is pretty free at the moment as the timing seems to be ticking past. These teams are coming over one at a time. Obviously only one eventually pick up so far. Unfortunately for Team Force, they are right up into 30, so you've got to think where the flight path was, right? We started at Milta, we went just over Quarry, but yet they found themselves at the very highest point of this map. So they've got a long rotation there, but they've also got a long rotation back now.
Tough times when you see a zone pop in the mini base and you're a North George team, a Severny team, even a Yasnaya team, but Yasnaya feels like you just send it down that one road and you're kind of there in a minute. All these northern teams, you really, really want to find that EP up, and if you're so late, like we see Full Force now, you're almost looking to EP into phase 2 as well, because you know you're not beating anyone into that phase 1 anyways. So you might as well try to go on the circle pop and punish some of these teams coming on in. Different story for PGG, but Tekkas is better than Slow Jacket, evidently. Wins out the honorable 1v1 jousting match and takes out PGG.
He's going to clip that. Coet said it. It has to be true. Good joust. Everything is they are again a returning team now looking to go on that sort of leaderboard drive. As they do drive their way through, maybe looking for their next. I like Tekkas. Really nice guy as well. Got to meet on PNC.
Absolutely. And a rare one to see PGG lose a player like this. Kind of uncontested as well, with the rest of the squad just not ready for it at all. And another one of those examples of why we talk so much about being stacked, right? Power in numbers is a phrase that I've heard myself talk to death. Probably have to Google some other expressions for it, but it is so relevant. It is so real. If there's a second player there, Tekkas is dead and flushed immediately, and Slow Jacket is still alive. So it does work. It's very simple. It feels stupid sometimes, but grouping up is just overpowered in PUBG.
It's no comparison in any way, shape or form, but when I used to play paintball at some kind of professional level, semi-professional level, and lucky enough to travel around the world, one of the best coaches I've ever had, because it is a 5 versus 5 game, was actually, why are you fighting 1 versus 1s? If 2 of you or 3 of you can stack up mathematically, there is a higher percentage that you are going to get that knock, and obviously in that case get that player off the field. Obviously it's exactly the same here. You get more angles, you get more opportunity. Yes, there are times where we have seen it from all sorts of levels, from lower tier up towards S tier, that there is an opportunity that one can put away 4, but give yourself half a chance and actually stack up bodies.
There's a really interesting way to put it, which is you never want to take a fair fight. If you can take an unfair fight in your advantage, you always will. And well, a 2v1 is a pretty unfair fight. That's pretty damn unfair, honestly. And it's what you're aiming for in all of these games, all of the time. And what is going on? Techers, he's got to stand his ground, and he nails 2.
There's another objective to send in numbers. Your numbers have to be able to shoot. Bosch lands down. Techers stands strong. He puts 2 to bed. Now the rest of the guys here from Digger look to dig the graves for Bosch.
I love it. I love the spirit. Hara is flying in. Tommy Bob is really slow, just baiting Hara to get in there first. But they have only had time for one of the reses. Michael immediately punished over the top, and there's different EPs happening across the map. So we're going to have to see the kill feed to see how this one unfolds. But Kazakhstan looking worse for wear at the same time.
Kazakhstan are looking worse for wear. How about cooks a grenade, 80 on the adjacent side. The shots come through. It's not just 1, it's 2 now down for them. Digger on his bike, looking to do a wheelie for safety though. Back to Big John, the newbie, the young gunner. Launches the grenade. The bounce will be pretty nice. It will bounce into the foot. So Tommy Bomb will fall.
Big scalp to take. Big scalp to take. Gives him time to sweep around. Does he want to go for the res? No, he can't. He cannot do anything about it. He just wants to get close and try to nade the res. That's not a bad one. That is looking pretty spicy. Slightly to the left. He cannot know where they're getting the res off, but I don't know if their cover is enough. I don't know if he's going to be able to look over it. Yes, he'll see them pretty clearly. He will nail them, surely. No. Hara is better.
It's all about being better. Zone tightens down. It is still holding on towards that west side. We give up towards the north part of the island. Force obviously on that rotation in. Jogger Benito have gone airborne. TMO, well, they take to public transport from Ferry Pier, and they will sweep in down to the south side of the island unless they opt to take the drink and jump. The rest of it, though, because there's so many teams on the outside, Koro, it does mean there is a lot of space, and win or die, taking a fight well in the blue.
Well in the blue, and once again, at that point, you're a northern team, you're happy with a few points, but it's not as easy to get them as you always imagine, right? You think you just take a fight, take a camp, but then suddenly you've got 3 teams knocking on your doorstep. Suddenly full force is flying into you, and you have to divert. Suddenly there's a GEE player lurking around in the shadows, so a lot easier said than done a lot of the time, but you can understand that some of these teams do not have a lot of hope of getting into the circle alive.
Yeah, this is a point salvation. Force coming off the back of a win. There'll be a little bit of confidence, but again, you've got to remember they dropped and they rotated really, really far. Now they're on the return leg. Hopefully they've got the meds to survive this one out. Going for the East Bridge. NWG going to be there. I think NWG get there just before them, maybe. I think they might get eyes on.
Tough spot to be in. Very workable, and we know that they'll be in a good spot once they come off. Very campable at the same time. I don't actually know what the protocol is for a lot of these teams. A lot of them like to get off early and actually swim to shore, but we know that wouldn't work here. We know that it's a good setup from the Ghetto Gang, and now Joga Bonito is going to spot this as well. Going to fire off a few pop shots into that ferry. Not super easy to shoot back out of, so you kind of just have to take cover and swallow your pride for a little while. But once again, if somebody catches wind that you're coming to that ferry, it is extremely campable on the approach. We know the map. We've seen the map. We know that PGG is not ready for it. But it's a risky strategy for sure.
No, but they might be hearing all these shots along the coastline and going, actually, hold on. They might be here, stabbing, trying to stop. He does get one of the tires. looking for the second. They've actually got the other car, so both cars are going to be disabled to a degree. That one, oh, catastrophic. And Jogo Benito shooting fish in a barrel.
I hope they have something in the crate, but even if they had a bike, that wouldn't deal like that. It wouldn't help them all too much. That's actually stings quite a bit to lose so many of these tires. And especially with a team on the coastline that knows you're on foot, right? The Jogo Bonito is not a big problem to them if they have cars, but as soon as they know you're coming their way, and now we see it on the map, right? We see the map live. We're gonna go to a map split here in a second, so you guys can see it too. I think PGG has realized, potentially because of the shots, Mark.
Yeah,
they might have
100%.
just heard the shots and made the read, and this could be another disaster for TMO, a team that desperately needs points today.
100% the shots, you could hear them just coming closer towards the side. They were on that north compound, they were looking north. The shots started happening, they looked down towards that west. Now they completely collapsed in towards that ferry pier. So for TMO, they are going to limp off that ferry into the loving arms of PGG.
I hope they're ready for it, but I doubt that they are. Someone request makes a send towards the center. There's the first one, there's the second. Salik lines up 2, and just like that, you're suddenly in a 2v4 situation with unknown quantities all around you. Justus hasn't even been able to get any damage back, and Vazo's out of the picture, so it's not just looking bad, it's looking hopeless, it's looking impossible, and Justus...
himself out.
Yeah,
he said goodnight.
He just said, I'm going to deny it, whatever, this is over. I'm
I
not
have
going to give
done
over
for
a kill
today.
to PGG. Yeah, tough times for TMO, but that's what millicircles do to teams, Mark. They are just... Sometimes they feel quite hopeless. Even when we look at the map and we see that some of the bridges would have worked, right? And they feel quite hopeless when you're a team in the north.
Well, team in the north, see one of them. So, when they'll die, do work their way in. They have to try and hold out. Zone obviously shifts back towards that dangerous PGS location in the southwest. And there's Ghetto Gang up on the coast. So there's Jogo Benito. FS going to be here. AT taking the compound. Kazakhstan going to be in a better position. Will die on the outside edge. But they've got so much space to play with. No one's really fighting for this ledge.
There's a lot of space on the map because a lot of people have died and a lot of people have centered up nice and square. This is probably the best edge to come in on. We know this. Once again, just looking at the map stream, they're going to clear. They're going to do their due diligence. They're going to find themselves with a ton of space, ton of playability, and yeah, a lot of time to use it as well because they are here before this zone even closes. Mortar on this other side for full force. They're looking to create some cover, I think. At least that's what I would go for. And GE Esports does not make landfall at all. There it is. Mortar cover for full force, and we're probably going to see them send it towards that. Tough position to be playing in when you're almost nade range of the Alamo.
It's difficult. I actually sort of dug in this sort of foxhole. A lot of people, you'll see it, that you sort of dig it at the very top of the crest and mountain. So if teams come up and over, you can cause damage. Force eventually find themselves entering in towards zone, and at the moment punishment for teams are already set up.
A lot of punishment, a lot of shots coming on in. PGG losing one on their transition. NWG catching out free side as well. Down to 12 teams. The coast is brutal. Coast is not fun to be around. If you can sit and you can hold, it's all good, but once you have to move, you're usually getting peppered from the inland and from other teams on the coast. So I'm not sure what Jogo Bonito is gonna cook up here, but they're looking, they're prodding, and Slavin's gonna do the majority of his work swimming here. I think he might want to get up. I'm not sure if he fell down by mistake, but he's at least covered some ground swimming.
He's taken off the loo. He saw that earlier. He was swimming around by Novo. Castani, though, eyes in the sky. The UAV from NTT is there, but it's becoming a punishment. He does have safety, but it's down in the southeast corner. I just can't see a world that he can go straight down. He's going to have to wiggle his way as most of these teams connecting shots. Castani, one more side swipe, a little bit of love, and he's gone from the lobby.
Yes, I've gotten so good at shooting parachutes. But he almost made it in there. It's gotten so hard. Ever since the recalls came in, players have gotten so good at just nailing them down. The EPs as well, getting punished way more than they did in the past.
Yeah.
It's not
part of the
making it
evolution.
down.
It's part of the evolution, as we say. The LMGs is the next stage in evolution, the next era, but not yet. We are still on the older patch on the esports server. Jogmanito, I'm going to try and hold out here now as NTT obviously working their way in, and I think there'd be a question mark as to why was he trying to parachute down to that southeast corner. Cars will be heard. Pause the gap now, but it is phase 4. Team's got to try and send it in.
I feel like they're living on borrowed time here, Mark. I'm looking at NTT. I'm wondering where they go. Dino heard them as well, spun around immediately, went back into hiding because he wants to pick up the 3 points. He wants them to come close. He wants them to make a run through the open like they're doing now. He wants to give them some hope so he can pick them up later on or leave them for his teammates. But I don't see this working out ever.
No, Presenti for PGG is back. He's kind of UAV-ing as well. Obviously, I think he knows he might not be able to get boots to the ground, so he's going to take the opportunity just to get as much information where he can. Got again, still holding that sort of coastal road. We are starting to lose a lot of the water, but again, it's just not as early as we expected with the update. So his team taking full advantage, and oh my god, no emotion, taking full advantage of that. And AT getting involved.
I'll take everything back. Jogmanito looked already. Dino knew about this, told his team about this, but maybe not ready for the pace, or maybe a bit of a mishap, but taking some temporary, not just temporary damage there is really bad for Jogmanito.
Oh my god, if Mad Negative hit this. The production now, I'm standing up, mate. I'll be running away if he collides that one. He's taking huge damage. NTT going to be falling out to zone. And for Presenti, it's Scav from the higher side. He's pretty much touching God from where they are. No slack would end. And for PGG, I think their UAV will work out. They're going to have a bit of a read about maybe where they can play in.
Force. We saw them go for mortar holes earlier. They realize now that there's not a lot of presence in this compound. This might be a crash that we can make. And they so far are making it successfully. Like once again, Util is the name of the game. And they're making the entry. They'll have a lot of eyes their way. If they get knocked outside, they are definitely getting flushed. But so far, staying clean in this mark.
Staying clean. Well played. A lot of Util expelled. Hard cover there. NTT obviously going to try and backfill this one. Go again. They've got a large run. So they have a time limit here that they need to clear this and then get eyes back on Jogmanito for one full charge. You send in, shot in the back. Doesn't matter. Mindset. Sets it up. And Kazakhstan will fall. 12th place.
Well done by Full Force, realizing the weakness and exploiting it. Nades are coming in towards PGG, who have played really quiet except for their immense game on Miramar earlier on. They've really just been under the radar ever since, and they're looking like another rough game here. They're gonna survive on this edge, but surviving doesn't help you a ton here. That might be one placement point, maybe, if you're lucky. You've really got to get into more zones than this, and so far, not looking like any of the favorites. Kristalny is not going to make it in. Dino is in a tough spot back against the blue. And a lot of teams are just going to falter on this coastline now.
They are faltering on the coastline. AT going to be there. 7 kills. Good game from them. Again, an entry point as they will top up that leaderboard. Level 3 gear for SnapX. They are losing the zone. So they're going to clear this sort of south side. Then look at potentially what the next steps for them getting in. But for everyone else on the coastal road, obviously for NWG, Ghetto Gang, and actually for Dino, for Jogmanito, this is a full sending open terrain to find safety.
It's so cruel. I said earlier that the coastline is not fun when you have to move on the coastline, but I didn't even speak about having to move off the coastline. That's just absolutely brutal. And yeah, like we're gonna see teams bleed out here pretty quick. NWG not gonna make it in. Even AT is in for a bit of trouble. In for a bit of pain. Once PGG gets duck in here and gets into good positions to hold them out of the compound, their life becomes pretty tough.
Yeah. It's going to become tough now. Scav, eyes on, a couple of shots. It's ammo that he's going to have to try and discipline. Lucky enough for him, he's not 5-5 over 2. He does have the ace in hand, but again, he's not going to be able to sort of spam down PGG as much as he would like. Then for NWG, oh wow. They make the exchange, but not for much longer. Damage done. Blue Zone has the final say. PGG might be trying to look to see if they can farm any more kills.
A lot of these solos are doing damage, though. A lot of these teams are just not fully aware of what's going on in behind them. Maybe not tracking the kill feed as well as we are with our map stream and everything. And a lot of teams are really suffering for it. Now Scav buys a bit of time for AT here because he does make life harder for PGG. But Full Force has already pulled up as well, and they're also looking to close them out.
Looking to try and close them out. That blue zone, we know they're quite rubbery. They will bounce the right direction. Full Force again. You got to remember, they came from Severny, trying to get as many kills. They're coming off the back of the wind. Bounces back the other way. Sloy gets Mission Voice on the adjacent side. So pressure being done. And for PGG, they're now inside of zone. Sadik has eyes on. And they can see if, though, it's got buggered down from the blue zone. So Force able to claim one. And for AT, it's the end of the road here for week number 3.
End of the road, job done. Solid week. Once again, they put points on the board. They're not going to be all too sad about this. Not sure if you can say the same about NTT. 19 points is not a lot for a full day. And Force, I mean, they're coming back in the last 2 here. This is another solid game for them.
Force is with them. They've made their rotation in. And I said they have travelled some distance here. An extra life maybe in the hands. And maybe not flattening, but for Storm on request, as that will launch down into the southeast corner. Again, an element of control for them. Should be a little bit of a calm before the storm. It is 6 teams remaining. High ground has been taken by No Slack. Storm on request taking more of a centralised position, but it's only one. It's a 3-1 split here.
This is what I've had my eyes on the entirety of the game. No Slack having the high ground, having the hilltop. But it's such a treacherous hilltop to be playing, and everybody always revolves around you. You always end up with players on multiple sides of your position, and oftentimes multiple teams wanting to aggress you from multiple of these slopes. So far, they've stayed clean. They've stayed rather passive, I want to say. They've gone for some rotation kills, but no crazy fights. But most importantly, they've stayed clean so far. But now their real test begins, right? When they have to actually fight these teams around them, and when they're in such close vicinity that any misstep could be immediately punished. This is where a lot of hilltop teams will just falter immediately.
Yeah, it's a waiting game now. Sata. Not even any first aids or energy drinks to top up that life, but he does have the life of the foxhole. Digger looking for gold as they will dig into that northeast corner. They've now obviously gone for a split for Storm request. They've gone for a 2-2. Wow, zone plays aggressive towards the northeast. So PGG and Force still chasing zone game after game.
These late game zones are so tough sometimes. So tough. But that also means the fight at the top is gonna explode here in a bit, because Slack barely has enough space to play, which means Win or Die has no space to play at all. And once they find Sata in the dip, he either gets 1 or 2 or gets absolutely nothing. And then the fight is full on. And then a team like Forest, if they were able to delay, as much as they could, then they could sweep in with a third party. So this is not cut and dry. This is not an easy game plan for anyone in the zone right now.
Sata's down life. So even if he pops up and over, he needs to get an initiative knock, and Win or Die are going to stack up that sort of trench they've run over. So they have multiple guns at him. So we're going to have to wait and see. 4 kills so far. Again, a good day from them, an average day from them when it comes to putting good points on the leaderboard. They just got word actually from Justice, obviously messaging that saying that they weren't taking enough space and control for today. They were looking to try and control the edge, and they should have probably maybe calmed it down and not oversending instead of scouting around for positive position. So again, already reflecting on today's antics from them. They are out. They have put some points on the board, but just not enough. And Full Force look to go full send to PGG.
PGG just absolutely folding under the pressure. Sadik last one up, but Mindset goes a little too far, goes into a different team, and that means the third-party pressure I talked about for Win or Die is completely gone, but so is PGG. And Sloy barely gets one here in the process. He's going to bleed out to the blue zone in a matter of seconds if he does not go down to Storm on request. This is really good news for Slack on top, though. A weakened Win or Die makes their game so much more winnable immediately.
Yeah, trying to play the edge of the mountain is not great. South's going to be there. Storm on request. Oh my god, MG is now been picked up, and a barrage of 762 comes over. And then it's just an opening opportunity, and it's coming straight from the higher ground. No Slack looking to close this one.
Looking to close this one. They hear the car going away. They know the situation now. They know it's a 4v4. And even though they don't pick up the last one of Win, they put themselves in a position to win this game. Storm on Request has done the same, though. They've gone here nice and early, and they have 9 frags as well, Mark.
Yeah, they've been playing this corner really well and stopping any team sort of encroach into their space. A good end game. They have the heavy utility. They're going to have more ammo. They've definitely got the heavy utility to launch out. MG. Oh, it's going to cause a lot of noise at the moment. No connection. And it is a straight head-to-head. 4 versus 4 here.
Position advantage clearly in the hands of Storm on Request, but that is the door opened. 3 Gear not able to save him as he gets absolutely tapped away by Kovalevi. And now they would love to make a move on this. It's still going to be a hard move, though, Mark. They still have 2.5 players holding positions. And 210 immediately go in for the tires. Once that card to spin out. Wants that card to go into absolute nothingness. But the drive-by is there. The trade looked clean, but the MG3 rings out and he sends him to bed.
I love that he actually brought the gun along with him. He stepped around the tree. The MG causing the problem. Has to be cautious, making the count exactly where they've gone as they've leapfrogged ahead. Now they've got the higher ground advantage. The Storms will strike from above, and it's a Kobe that opens up for IXE. Oh, it's actually 4.
Scav confirms his. Just like that, he's put into a almost unwinnable 1v3 scenario. Gets the smokes out, wants to close the gap. Posium does so much damage. Even just healing off the damage here might not be enough for Scav because nades are already primed and coming his way. Well done so far by Storm on Request. They just have to reward themselves with the win now.
Yeah, let's see what I can do. Scav, looking to use the smokes, he will thread the needle, gets ever closer as he tries to take 1 versus 1 battles, has to underpin this one. He still has the ace in hand, hasn't got the 5.56 and the opportunity in the back pocket. The Storm on Request, they leapfrogged, they held the line, and I love what we saw from No Slack trying to open up the angles, but it wasn't going to be enough. It's now a dance-off because Storm on Request will take the win.
Literally dancing off because he has so much confidence in his teammate and he knows that they have this game bagged. Well done by Storm on Request. Slack sent everything their way, but wasn't able to clutch it up in the end. 23 points for Storm on Request solidifies an absolute banger day for them, Mark.
Yeah, that's a good day. That is a very strong day. Strong ending. And you got to remember, they were fighting uphill. Don't take anything away from No Slack. For me, they tried to open up the angles. They pulled the gun around and able to get the knock. But the MG was too much. A bit of a lightning bolt from the Zeus at the end. And a good ending for Storm on Request.
Good ending for Storm on Request. Good ending and good day for No Slack. I think a lot of our top teams getting away with astonishing consistency here. Storm on Request being one of them. Playing a lot of good games. Aogiri 3. I only say this once per broadcast because it's such a hard name for me to stumble over. Getting consistent games as well, right? Coming off a good rondo, closing it out on a good wrangle. Solid games for a lot of these teams. PGG, I said they quieted down, but a quiet game for them was 9 points. So a lot of teams really shining today.
Yeah, and obviously some of these teams already qualifying. It's obviously the new teams that are coming in, which has been really impressive. So adding up those leaderboard. Obviously that was match number 5. So we will draw a line now underneath all of these scores and upload them to the overall. Today's leaderboard though, as it will end, Storm on Request 61 points. What a day from them. But also No Slack, PGG, Jog Benito, and the other surprise to me, NWG. 39 points is nothing to be shied away from.
Solid days, and these are the days you're looking for, right? A 10-point day is something to forget about, but it does things. It still counts, you know, it's still points. But once you're getting into those 30, 40 markers, then you're really just pulling ahead of the pack just massively. If you think about it, right, an 11-point day, there's still kind of one game that you're getting ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard that isn't playing today. But a 40-point day, you're getting ahead of the teams that are playing today and the teams that are not playing, right? So there's a reason we see some of these teams just dominate at the top of the standings, and we're going to see a very cemented PGG and Joga Bonito at the top of the leaderboard here right now.
Yeah, they are qualified in. For those who don't know, week number 3 has done. There's only 2 more weeks now where teams can enter in, aka you can enter in to compete though for the PEC, the EMEA regional circuit. You've got to get through the scrims, you've got to get to the cup, which is on Saturday, and then add your team's numbers to this leaderboard. Depends on where you finish, it depends on where you enter in for the regional, but you'll be joined by those regional partner teams. For those that don't know, I think someone asked in chat, we've got obviously Ascend, Bushido Wildcats, Navi, S2G Esports, S8UL, Twisted Minds, Versus Pro, and Team Vitality. So you'll be joining with those forces when we get to the regional circuit. So really well played. Last shout for me actually on this one is Full Force. Again, one day finding themselves though up in that kind of the right side of the leaderboard.
Right side of the leaderboard, just barely. I think this is right now the most interesting teams to look at, right? That 11 to 22 kind of area is where you're really fighting for every single point, where you're fighting for every single scrap. And there's still a material difference here. You still see 49 versus 21. That's a big difference, but that is totally catchable in one day. And the big difference maker for all of these teams will be how many of the finals do they make? How many of the cups do they really play? If Gridlock misses out on the next one, then they will fall below the cutoff, and there's nothing they can do against that. So once again, consistency shining through the weeks is a massive buff to any team here, and is the reason why some of the teams, like a construction worker team that we have a lot of hopes for, is in that very bottom of that leaderboard.
Yeah, because they missed week 1, came week 2, missed week 3. We have to wait and see. As a reminder, though, week 4 and week 5, if you do win the 5 games and you top the table, you will be going straight through to that day number 1 for the playoffs as well. So again, it's all to play for. Again, all you need to do is to sign up into chat. Kowo, we're going to wrap things up, mate. So final thoughts here for our week number 3.
Final thoughts, a lot of teams really shining and a lot of teams really struggling at the same time. We saw a lot of solos today just rip apart teams and pose massive issues for teams that could have maybe held that under control. I think a lot of teams are going to look at today and say, okay, we played a lot of good games, but we later made a lot of small mistakes that really cost us. And for some teams, that was more than others. For some teams, that was still okay. And for other teams, it was a bit of a disaster. But I had a lot of fun. It was very explosive today. The first game was absolutely crazy. And I just love yapping about PUBG with you, Mark. Thanks for having me.
Mate, you're always welcome here, mate. You don't have to ask. That's it from obviously us. I think you guys have had enough of me on PUBG Esports channel. I do want to take the opportunity to thank PUBG and PUBG Esports, more importantly, production, Kowo for joining in, and all the teams and players and everyone that has been streaming from the watch parties. Don't forget, though, there is more PUBG action. Surprise, surprise. A little bit later on, though, as we have to take on the Americas with the PAS Cup, though. So obviously, don't forget to tune in for that one. And then from more than that, we're back to PGS, though, a little bit later. That's it from us. Thank you once again. And obviously see you guys on the next stream.
Bye-bye.